platform is done by the appropriate experts from national jurisdictions. Only that then, I think, will it work.
Thank you so much for those insightful remarks, Mr. Logan. Can we follow up with you, Prof, with respect to what are some of the steps that could be taken to bring this UN body, if at all it's in the UN, to fruition?
Thank you. I think that what Logan mentioned is quite interesting, because actually it's not a competition, OECD or the UN, but they should cooperate. And it's not about this ego of, I'm the OECD, so I have done all the work, so I need to just say, well, I should be doing the work. But it's not also about the UN saying, well, now we are the new leader. But the thing, what I think is also very important, and we need to think about it, is to what extent in both OECD, UN, not only to cooperate, but what I mentioned before, it should be about the process. So you need to have transparency in the agenda and decision making. You need to have a body that is accountable. You need to have a body who is responsive, and you need to have a body that is open. And what we see right now is that actually neither the OECD nor the UN have met those criteria. And we already know about the OECD. I mentioned also about the UN. And I think that it is very interesting, because when we started about taxation, I mean, at least when I started about taxation, like 20 years ago, don't say about the age, but 20 years ago, we were only talking about the technicalities, you know? So there was the tax treaty, there was, in the Netherlands, participation exemption is the big thing, corporate income tax, and so forth. Nowadays, we talk about global tax governance. That also is the project that I received an European Research Council funding to do this project, and looking under what conditions can the OECD, the EU, and the G20 international decision lawmaking can be feasible and legitimate for developed and developing countries. And this feasibility means the country, what they need, what they can, what they want, what they could. But also legitimate, because it needs to be acknowledged by the country itself as legitimate, either the OECD, the G20, or the EU, because the EU is also involved with the standard of tax good governance, but that could be another conference. And one of the things that we also see is that the UN has to also ask the same questions. Under what conditions can the UN role in international tax lawmaking be feasible and legitimate for developed and developing countries? And we need to answer that question. And in my view, there is still a lot of work to be done, and we can start thinking about that, especially in this platform. Thank you.
We have a little bit of more time, another 15 minutes. I want to open some questions from the audience. Could we have any microphones readily available for people to take questions? While that is being done, I'm going to ask one more question to the panel while we get the microphones ready. We know that the UN has been carrying out a parallel method of resolving these problems of taxing the digital economy. And briefly, Anthony, to what extent do you think Article 12B of the UN Model Tax Convention will be effective in utilizing, will be effective or even be utilized in taxing the digital economy?
Thank you, Prof. I'll be brief in the interest of time. I think it was a good idea for the UN to have Article 12B for the reasons being that there is a problem. Countries are not being able to tax the digital economy. But the question is, does the Article 12B give taxing rights to jurisdictions? Taxing rights are located based on the domestic law. So it's good for us to appreciate this is just an article in the Model Convention, but the country must have in the domestic law a domestic provision, maybe a DST or a similar law that gives it first the taxing rights before they proceed to negotiate an article similar to Article 12B in their own treaties. That's first important issue. The second one is there could be concerns, okay, and the concerns will be the success rate. The success rate of having Article 12B in many treaties, there could be quite low. The reason why I'm saying this is because many of the developed countries that are engaged in Amount A, unfortunately, they are the home countries, the headquarters of the digital companies. That's the reality. The digital companies are resident in countries such as US, the Netherlands, and so forth. The list is long, but they are largely very developed countries. And so the question is, will they accept an Article 12B? It's a matter of check. Is it possible that an African countries will succeed in negotiating that article with a country, for example, pardon me to mention, Netherlands, for example, okay? Which, if you have been using your mobile phone and purchasing goods in the platform, a number of those tech companies are resident either in that jurisdiction or similar jurisdictions in Europe and US. So the question is, will those jurisdictions sign up or agree to negotiate an Article 12B? It's quite uncertain, and in my assessment, quite a challenge. That's what I would say. And then the other thing which we also need to appreciate, if you're going to have an Article 12B, then countries must have, of course, the domestic law, and the domestic law needs to be broad enough. Because one of the challenges with the Article 12B, it's as a limitation in terms of the scope of the transaction it brings within the net. But maybe that's another discussion, so it may have some bit of limitations. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Can we have some questions from the floor, please? Yes, Prof there. Do we have another question? Question 2. I'll take 3 questions and we'll be done. Any other question?
Thank you,
Question
Chair.
3 there. Thank you.
Chair, do I have the floor? Thank you. I just want to continue from where the ES stopped.
Just a minute, Prof.
Yes.
Could we keep the questions quite brief and direct the question to the person you want it to be asked?
Actually, it's not a question. It's just to allude to what the ES has just talked about. He talked about who sets the agenda. Now, the question is, are there equal representation? Are these laws, are these new rules that are coming on board, whose interests are the priorities? Noting all what the Pillar 1 and Pillar 2 stands for, are Africans ready for the challenges that would come on board? Noting that the fact that in some of these cases, we know African countries have to lower their tax rate to attract FDIs from across the globe. Now the question is, at the end of the day, the administrative bodies, the competitiveness for African countries, are we ready to stand? How are we going to do it? So these are key issues that if the platform is an inclusive platform and with equal footing for African countries, I think it will be of utmost priority for such an agenda to be an African homegrown structure rather than interest of the multinationals dictating the tone for Africans to implement. These are just my few comments. Thank you.
Thank you for those views. Shall we have the question? Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. The speaker's advice to African countries that would like to join the two-pillar solutions is to carry out an impact study to determine whether there is sufficient evidence to tax. My suggestion is that should ATAF continue providing technical support to interested countries to carry out an impact assessment so that ATAF has an overview of each country's position. Thank you.
Okay, would you want to, I think that should, okay. I think that was a comment there. I'm not sure what, did you pick up what she wanted to ask? Shall we have another question there? You will answer that question. Yes, there was someone right here who wanted to ask a question. Since that was a comment, you have a question, right? Okay. And that would be, I'm so sorry, we are running out of time. Please keep your questions brief, and the answers from the panel, can we keep them brief, please? Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. My question is directed to how far has ATAF explored on the practicability of the concept of a virtual PE? In my humble opinion, if you have a virtual PE concept in your tax regime and you also have a DST, you can afford to skip the complex issues of the two-pillar solution. Thank you.
Thank you. The last question, Logan, you'll be answering both of those. Anthony will take the second question. They have delegated. Last question, please.
Thank you very much. My question is very brief. In response to the conversation about sort of the OECD versus the UN, I think you're absolutely right. It is being looked at as one versus the other. I would be keen to hear, I guess, anybody's thoughts around what would be your suggestion around how we could coordinate these two institutions, right? So taking advantage of, I guess, what one could say, the legitimacy of the UN on the one hand, as well as sort of the technical capacity of the OECD. So what would cooperation of those two institutions look like? Thank you.
Thank you. Logan, would you want to start with the question? Then you may want to answer. Would you want to? Okay, good. Thanks. Briefly, please.
Thank you. Professor, are Africans ready for what is coming? First comment. Well, it's an opportunity for Africa to relook at its incentives, to look at its own tax base, because that's where the issues are, and to enhance its own capacity at the regional tax cooperation. All of those three, which Africa is not doing. In other words, are we ready for all of this? The best way to get ready is to get our own continental tax house in order, and not just to follow a global agenda set for us. On the question of technical assistance in terms of the impact study, yes. We are able to give that support. We've got a unit that is doing that. It will require working with a number of intergovernmental agencies in the domestic jurisdiction, because we need statistics, trade flow, bank information, payment system information. There's a lot of information that's needed for the analysis. And so there's a lot of interdepartmental coordination. So it needs a political support in the jurisdiction. And we then draw conclusions from that, but we make no recommendations. The recommendations is totally a national sovereign decision. But yes, we do have that capacity. And the other questions, I think the other panelists can answer. So question 3, Anthony can do, and the other question is for the other 2. Thank you so
much. Thank you, Prof, and thanks for the question. Can the virtual PE be an alternative to Amount A? In my slides, I say that if you're looking at taxing the digitalized businesses, you can go through Amount A option or go for DST or similar measures. And in the similar measures, one option is the virtual PE. Some people call it significant economic presence in a country. And already Nigeria has got a similar rule. So it's a possibility. But now you need to do an impact assessment if a country is going that route to see whether it's an appropriate rule in terms of the quantum of tax you'll collect with that kind of a regime. Remember, there you will only be targeting digitalized businesses. In Amount A, remember in my presentation, I said also Amount A covers traditional big companies. And I gave examples, so Amount A may include much more in terms of the scope of the companies than only the virtual PE. But the truth lies in the numbers. So the impact assessment is critical before you take that approach. The other thing you got to keep in mind is if you take that approach, are you going to be able to administer that regime considering you are targeting foreign companies? That's something else also to keep in mind. So there's a lot to consider there, but yes, it's an opportunity, but needs further considerations. Thanks.
Thanks. 1 minute, Prof.
Yes. I think that the question, OECD versus UN, and whether we have another alternative. And that's a very difficult question, but it is a question that is worth to have an answer to. And I think that the role of civil society, and what you guys have done also to motivate and to put the UN also in the international tax lawmaking setting is really good. And there was a long time ago that a professor, Jari Brauner, also discussed about having this international tax organization and whether this international tax organization could be based, for instance, in WTO, in the World Trade Organization, or any other. But then after it was kind of forgotten, and what I see right now is that we need to have, and I'm not saying that we still are ready to have this international tax organization, but we can move towards it. Why? Because we need that. And the OECD and the UN and civil society and business and academia, and it's not about the UN Tax Committee only, it's not about the working parties, it's not about the BEPS Inclusive Framework Plenary, but it's broader than. And what we also see with this international tax organization is that we have to be careful because I remember like before COVID, 2018, 2019, WTO, the World Trade Organization, and UNCTAD from Trade and Investment were saying, actually what you guys have done in BEPS is amazing. So we want to do that the same. Because they were having legitimacy issues. Even the WTO, the World Trade Organization, developing countries do not feel that they are represented. The developing countries feel that they are not being heard. The same with UNCTAD, they say dispute resolution. What happens here? Why in dispute resolution an ad hoc committee is telling what my tax fiscal policy should be? So the question is about how we address these legitimacy issues. And I think that this is a perfect time to start building on a regional level, to look at the OECD, UN, and then after go towards an international tax organization, at least in the form of a framework. I'm not sure if we'll get to all the things, but this is kind of something that we can think about it to do. Thank you.
Thank you so much, panel, for all your interesting and intriguing and very insightful discussions. Can we give them a round of applause? Thank you. That's the end of our session. Very much appreciated. Thank you.
Well, let's put our hands together once again. Congratulations, Professor. And before you exit, may I please request that you come together for a group photo? And we also have a pleasant surprise for you. So if we could, right here, right here. So maybe the ladies in the middle. Yeah. There you go. No, it's actually a color coding that I'm considering here. Yes, it is. Mr. Kayombo, may I please request that you come up onto the stage, join this photo, and we also have a very pleasant surprise for our fantastic moderator, our very distinguished panel. Just before you leave, we have something for you. Let's bring forward our gifts, a token of appreciation from us. Mr. Kayombo, please receive it. Our chairperson, please be the first to receive. Professor Annette Ogutu. The Honorable Minister, Dr. Abubakar Nakanabo. Minister of Finance, Burkina Faso. We appreciate your presentation, Mr. Anthony Munanda, our Senior Specialist, International Tax and Transfer Pricing at African Tax and Administration Forum. Professor Irma Mosquera Valderrama, Professor of Tax Governance and Jean Monnet Chair, EU Tax Governance, Leiden Law School, Netherlands. And finally, Mr. Logan Ward, the Executive Secretary, African Tax Administration Forum, ATAF. And we'd love to take a picture while you're all holding your plaques. All right, thank you very much. All right, I'll retire you back to your chairs. And congratulations once again. Ladies and gentlemen, our first plenary is well done. Thank you for your interactivity as well with the 2-3 questions that followed up. And so as the pictures are being taken, I'd like to let you know that we are now moving to the next part of the program. This is an exciting part. This is the launch of Volume 3 of the AMTJ. And just before I allow the distinguished panelists to descend, why don't I request our moderator for this session, Ms. Chennai Mukumba, ATRN Advisory Board Member and Executive Director, Tax Justice Network Africa. Please come up onto the stage with our hands and cross paths with a good professor. And let's launch the journal.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. So I have the honor of moderating the next session, which will be the launch of Volume 3 of the African Multidisciplinary Tax Journal. As was mentioned, my name is Chennai. I work with the Tax Justice Network Africa. But for this session, I get to focus on a publication that the Africa Tax Administration Forum, as well as JUTA publishers, are pleased to announce today, essentially the third volume of the African Multidisciplinary Tax Journal. The AMTJ, which is the acronym, is a double-blind, peer-reviewed journal that offers evidence-based and multidisciplinary research in all areas of taxation. The AMTJ builds on the years of success of ATAF's Africa Tax Research Network, its Congress, as well as related activities. And the journal itself is available in English, French, and Portuguese. This particular volume, Volume 3 of the AMTJ, has been brought to life courtesy of the AMTJ editorial board, which has been led by our editor-in-chief, Professor Uwalomwa, from the Department of Accounting, College of Economics, Management and Information Systems, University of Nizwa, Oman. Professor Uwalomwa, if you wouldn't mind standing up just as we recognize you and give you a round of applause. Thank you very much. The AMTJ is fruition of ATAF's dream to give academia, tax officials, policymakers, and its members a voice and vehicle to disseminate tax research that is scientific, evidence-based, and policy relevant. Its ultimate goal is to assist decision makers in strengthening Africa's tax systems and maximizing domestic revenue mobilization in Africa. As we do this, a special thanks should also go to the 27 authors who contributed to the journal, and indeed the ATAF team led by Ms. Caroline Mutayabarwa and Frank Kalizinje as well. Caroline and Frank, I'm not sure where you are, but could you stand up so we can also give you a round of applause for your contribution to this? Thank you very much. So before we go into the formalities, we're now going to take a few minutes to watch a video that provides the key highlights of Volume 3 of the AMTJ. You can turn your eyes to the screen. Applause for the video. So on that note, I will now be inviting our Executive Secretary, Mr. Logan Wart, to the stage to do the official handover of the publication. So Logan, if you wouldn't mind joining us. And so Logan will be handing over this publication to the Commissioner General of the Tanzania Revenue Authority, Mr. Alfayo Kidata, to mark the official launch of Volume 3 of the journal. Just a moment, he'll be joining us shortly. So we're just waiting for the Commissioner General, who will be joining us shortly. And so we will be doing the official handover, really to mark what's an incredible feat on the part of ATRN. This is the third version, as I have mentioned, and so to have 27 contributors to this really is a success and testament, as I mentioned earlier, to the team. I will also very shortly, so that Annette, you don't get too comfortable, we'll also be calling you shortly as well to be a part and parcel of this process. Okay, here we are. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And so this is the official handover of Volume 3 of the journal. And so this is Mr. Logan Ward handing it over. So we will take an opportunity to take some photographs to mark this momentous occasion. now I'd also like to invite Annette as the chairperson of ATRN as well to be a part of this process as well as part of the photo as well. Logan, I think if you can hand this to her as well, that would be great. Okay, so but I think for purposes of the picture, if we can invite our editor-in-chief as well, who really led us to the development of this book, this publication, please come up. A round of applause for Mr. Oalomwa as well. They're navigating the height differences. Perhaps, let me use my license. Mr. Oalomwa, perhaps if you can come closer towards me, so that we can have a bit of a dip. Come towards me. Perfect. That makes sense. In a sense. Maybe not so much.
Shania, do you want to be part of the picture as well?
Sorry?
Would you like to be, should you be part of the picture as well?
I can, I'm not sure where the voice is. Oh, yes, okay.
Yes, please join the photo. So now you choose your spot. Right, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together. Our journal has been launched.
All right, and that brings us to the conclusion of the launch of the journal. I'll now invite our MC back to the stage.
All right, well done, Shania. Great stuff, good stuff. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, turn around at the timetable. I think it's gone very well. The morning has been pretty exciting, very productive as well. We've come to this particular point where we're going for a very early lunch. So if you've been having a bit of tea and we're going for lunch at 12 noon, that's brunch. Sounds okay? We'll have about 45 minutes. We'd love for you to be back in the room about 10 minutes before 1, 10 to 1, so that we're seated and ready for the opening ceremony that was to precede everything else in the morning. But I'd also like to alert you to the following, ladies and gentlemen. After that particular activity, we'll all be moving into our parallel sessions, our parallel research sessions from 3 p.m. or so, depending on how long the opening ceremony will take. I don't think it'll take too long. So room 1 is this plenary room. So if you are choosing the main venue with sub-theme taxation of high net worth individuals, as we've been listening to the comments and remarks from the presenters, you'll be in room 1. Room 2 will be Ruaha and Manyara. Now these are Tanzania's national parks, and you're not going there. But if you step out and use the main exit as you were entering, it's either to your left or to your right, but we'll guide you there. So it's either to the left or to the right, all right? So that's room number 2. And the sub-theme there will be the role of technology in taxation, if that's your area of interest. And room number 3 will be Salu and Mikumi. Read up on these, by the way. Wonderful heritages for Tanzania. And the sub-theme will be global tax reforms for Africa. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, I'm taking you down to floor 1. please gather your belongings. You may leave everything else behind if it's a big bag or whatever it is. It's going to be quite safe. We'll secure the room. Let's go to lunch. Bon appetit. See you at about 10 minutes or quarter to 1. All right. And once again, if you're not feeling too well for any reason at all, the room next door is specially reserved for you for first aid and health care for you. All right. Karibuni chakula. Welcome to lunch. And we have a trip to Zanzibar, ladies and gentlemen. So prepare your passports. And we'll let you know exactly what to do and how to register for the trip. That is a trip you don't want to miss. See you soon. good banter. It's good to see that we are comfortable. Hope you enjoyed your lunch and welcome back. We are networking, getting to know each other very well. And I'm going to request that we probably move towards our seats now. And allow me to prepare you for the opening ceremony. It's customary that we welcome our guest of honor by standing, putting our hands together, and we'll remain standing as they come up onto the stage, and they will be welcomed with our hands as well as the brass band behind us. The brass band will play some welcome notes, and then we'll launch into the Tanzania national anthem, and we'll also do the East African anthem. After those, we'll put our hands together. We'll all then take our seats, and we'll proceed with my introductory protocol remarks and introductions. And I'll simply welcome the first speaker to speak, and it'll cascade down all the way down to the guest of honor. And so that's it. It's just customary that we do stand, we put our hands together, we remain standing for the national anthems, and then we'll proceed with the speeches and the remarks from the distinguished, esteemed guests and VIPs as noted on the program. So there's not too much of a change to begin with. I will have the guest of honor seated up here, flanked by the Deputy Minister, Minister of Finance and Planning, the CG, TRA Tanzania, we will be welcoming up onto the stage as well the Executive Secretary and Professor Ogutu. And so the seating arrangement remains the same, and those 5 will be coming up onto the stage. I will acknowledge everyone else seated away from the stage. I anticipate that when we're ready to welcome him, the dignitaries that I've mentioned still in the room, you may be called out to say hello, to be introduced just before we come back into the main hall. So in the meantime, please continue saying, the chit-chat, getting to know each other. If you are using the Wi-Fi, the stress again is, are you twitting? So if it's called X, so what are you doing? Are you Xing? I'm not sure. I've never had a chance to say something like that. But please propagate the message. Let your colleagues know that we're in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. And ladies and gentlemen, we'll be breaking out into the rooms once again, as I had mentioned earlier. I wonder whether you've picked the topic of your choice this evening. Please do. I'll remind you after the opening ceremony, once it's done, and we'll make sure that we'll take you there. It's quite simple. Through the main entrance, towards the exit before you reach the lifts, left and right. And this is room number 1. The plenary room is room number 1. So if you're staying here, you're already set. The others will be going to the other sessions. I believe there will be no reconvening. And so please take a good look at the program for tomorrow and be well on time and ready. And a few minutes before the opening ceremony closes, I'd also encourage for those taking part or running the sessions in the other rooms to probably slip out and just make sure that everything is set so that when the delegates come through, we go straight to business this evening. All All right. When I come back, ladies and gentlemen, I'll be requesting us to stand and put our hands together. So see you shortly. Naomba brass band tusimame na tuanze fanfare. Tunamkaribisha mgeni wetu wa heshima ndani ya ukumbi. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being upstanding. Let's put our hands together as we welcome into the hall our guest of honor. Let's remain standing as we sing the national anthems of the United Republic of Tanzania, followed by the East African anthem. Your hands, ladies and gentlemen. what a momentous occasion. Thank you very much. Let's take our seat. The guest of honor, Honorable Professor Adolf Faustin Mkenda, Minister of Education, Science and Technology, representing the Vice President of the United Republic of Tanzania, Dr. Philip Isdori Mpango. We are honored to have you at this opening ceremony. Let's put our hands together, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome. Welcome to the opening ceremony of the ATAF ATRN, African Tax Research Network, 8th Annual Congress. The theme is Contemporary Taxation Issues in Africa. We once again say thank you very much for honoring this event. I wish to acknowledge the presence in the room of Dr. Abubakar Nakanabo, the Honorable Minister for Finance, Burkina Faso. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, please put your hands together. Not at the high table. And representing the Honorable Minister for Finance and Planning, United Republic of Tanzania, the Honorable Hamad Chande, Deputy Minister of Finance. Minister of Finance, please put your hands together for the Honorable Minister. Mr. Logan Ward, the Executive Secretary, ATAF. Ladies and gentlemen, your hands please as we acknowledge your presence at the high table. And Professor Annette Ogutu, the Chairperson of the ATRN Advisory Board, Professor of Tax Law and Acting Head of Department, Taxation Department, University of Pretoria. We acknowledge your presence at the high table with our hands, ladies and gentlemen. And finally, I'm very happy to acknowledge the presence of Mr. Alfayo J. Kidata, the Commissioner General, Tanzania Revenue Authority, TRA, as our host in country, ladies and gentlemen. Now, the United Republic of Tanzania is the mainland and Zanzibar. We also have the Commissioner General, Zanzibar Revenue Authority, Mr. Yusuf Mwenda. Please stand and let us acknowledge your presence with our hands. Honorable guest of honor, we have board members of ATRN, whom I'm requesting to please stand so that we may at least get to see you and acknowledge your presence in the room. And as they sit, Mary Bain, the Deputy Executive Secretary, we also wish to acknowledge your presence, ladies and gentlemen. Judge Adam Mambi, please be acknowledged in the room, ladies and gentlemen. May I request that all representatives of the Ministry of Finance please to rise, and let's put our hands together to them. Asante. TRA management and staff, as one, please stand and wave. Congratulations. Representatives of colleges and universities in the room, please also rise and stand and be acknowledged. You are duly welcome. We also have representatives of tax institutions in the private sector. Naomba tafadhali tusimame, sekta binafsi, please stand and be acknowledged. Well, all right. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, members of the press, let's begin with the opening program this afternoon. It's my great pleasure to welcome Mr. Logan Ward, the Executive Secretary, African Tax Administration Forum. With your hands, sir, please join me at the lectern. Karibu sana.
Good afternoon again, everyone. Honorable Professor Adolf Mkenda, Minister of Education, Science and Technology of the United Republic of Tanzania. Honorable Mr. Hassan Hamad Chande, Deputy Minister of Finance and Planning. Honorable Dr. Abubakar Nakanabo, Minister of Finance, Burkina Faso. Mr. Alfayo Kidata, Commissioner General of Tanzania Revenue Authority. and Mr. Yusuf Juma Mwenda, Commissioner General of Zanzibar Revenue Authority, very nice to meet you. Members of the board of TRA, Professor Annette Ugutu, Chairperson of the board of the African Tax Research Network, and members of the board of the ATRN, our development partners present here, including GIZ, German Corporation, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure this afternoon to welcome you to this, the 8th Congress of the African Tax Research Network, hosted here today by the Tanzania Revenue Authority and supported by our members, our development partners from across the world, and in particular for this conference by GIZ. In a very special way, I'd like to acknowledge the excellent hosting by the Tanzanian Revenue Authority, and we applaud your commitment and all the efforts to support domestic revenue mobilization and the work that we as ATAF do on the continent. I wish to specifically appreciate Commissioner General Kidata for always supporting ATAF in its quest to improve tax revenue mobilization on the continent. And thank you for graciously extending your hand of fellowship to allow this year's ATR Congress to be hosted in this beautiful country, and for those who will have the privilege on Saturday to also visit the lovely Zanzibar island as well. Ladies and gentlemen, over the next 3 days, you will have the opportunity to engage with select speakers who are subject matter experts, and particular experts in several contemporary issues in taxation, both regionally and globally. I'm particularly excited by the number of high-quality papers that are lined up to be presented this year. I was explaining this to the Minister of Education earlier. A total of 105 papers were received for this year's Congress. 44, not 60, Minister, 44 will be presented at this conference. That 44 represents the rigorous process that these papers have to go through in order to make it to be presented at this conference. This will be an exciting week where great minds from the continent and beyond will tackle important issues in taxation. And I wish to acknowledge all the people who have worked hard to make this event possible. I also want to take the opportunity to recognize and appreciate the board of the African Tax Research Network for their dedication and tremendous work for the work being done on the ATRN program. For members of the ATRN, let me say that this African Tax Research Network is on a new path. It's on an aggressive path. It's on a glorious path. It's on a path to build good thought leadership, intellectual leadership on the tax discourse of the continent. The time when others outside of the continent set the tax agenda for the African continent has passed. We must set our own agenda. And this conference will go a long way to dealing with that. Profit shifting is not the key driver of our base erosion. The key driver of African erosion of tax bases are illicit financial flows, poor contracts in the extractive sector, and our inability to invest in technology to get our tax administrations right. Those are the challenges we face, and those are the challenges in our domestic taxes that we need to address as a continent and as national jurisdictions. Our real GDP growth on the continent is expected to grow by 4% this year. It's lower than early 2021, but it's above 2022 of 3.7%. The effects of the pandemic and the climate crisis have severely hampered our growth projections. The climate crisis has moved the continent funding needs from 100 billion to 127 billion per annum according to the World Economic Outlook. And due to low revenue collections, most African countries will still have to finance their budgets through foreign aid and loans. And in 2021, the average debt to GDP ratio for countries in our African Tax Outlook publication was at 58.6%. And so the pandemic led to increased government borrowing due to loss of revenue resulting from the disruption in economic activity and increased public health spending. So we're all recovering from this. Increasing debt to unsustainable levels at very expensive prices is not what the continent needs right now. And so we are characterized by low revenue collections and with an average tax to GDP ratio on the continent of only 14.5%, which is considerably lower than the average of developed countries of 34.1%. And this is mainly due to the shrinking of our tax base, owing to a number of factors, including the low levels of tax compliance on the continent, aggressive tax planning, especially in the multinational enterprise and high net worth individual sector, and a relatively large informal sector and our inability to tax this sector very well. While direct taxes such as personal income tax contribute an average of 10% to GDP in high-income countries, in Africa, personal income tax, sub-Saharan Africa, only makes up 2% of the total tax take. This is not sustainable. And so, as we annually lose $88 billion to illicit outflows, our challenge is to close the gap, to build in efficiency and to build in policy and legislation that will make the illicit outflow out of our economies impossible, if not difficult. And that is the challenge to you as scholars within the African Tax Research Network. So the work that you have done this year on high net worth individuals, the work that you have done on some of your other topics, hopefully will transform from an academic paper into a policy paper, into a white paper, and into an operational and functional policy position and legislative position that can deal with the continent's challenges, especially towards Agenda 2063. Ladies and gentlemen, the ATRN program for the last 8 years has influenced pragmatic tax policy formulation in Africa through credible research in tax policy, administration, law, and leadership. The work of this Congress has fed in and led to the birth of the African Multidisciplinary Tax Journal, which we launched again earlier today. And I'm happy to inform you that at this ATRN conference, the third volume of this multidisciplinary journal will be available for your consumption. I'm pleased to inform you also that since its inception, the African Tax Research Network, our registrants database continued to grow over time. Tax administration is the largest group of our members, constituting 41%, and the academic community makes up 25.6% of our members. The government group, comprising of 6.4% of the total, reflects representation of policymakers as well as academics across the board. Going forward, we look forward to grow our membership and our database, but at the same time, to increase the offerings of this research network to the segments that are its members. It is for this reason that the ATRN board is encouraging and designing exciting programs and activities to nurture young researchers and provide a platform for established researchers to influence tax policy making on the continent. All of these efforts will ensure sustainable solutions to taxation issues, as well as enable governments and different players to design policy that is evidence-based and that will bear tangible results in revenue mobilization. Finally, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, without preempting the contents of this Congress, allow me to express my heartfelt appreciation to all of you for your support in enabling ATAF, the premier tax organization on the African continent, to execute our mandate in service of African countries and jurisdictions. Applied research, data analytics are said to be the new global platinum. This ATR Congress holds the possibility of adding this wealth. So let us engage creatively. Let us create and engage freely and come up with the most brilliant of ideas as possible. Thank you very much. It is my pleasure to invite Professor Annette Ogutu, the chair of the board of the ATRN, to present her opening remarks. Thank you.
Our chief guest, Honorable Professor Adolf Mukenda, Minister of Education, Science and Technology, Tanzania. Honorable Hamad Hassan Chande, Deputy Minister of Finance of Tanzania. Mr. Alpayo Kidata, Commissioner General, Tanzania Revenue Authority. Mr. Logan Watt, Executive Secretary, African Tax Administration Forum. General Yusuf Juma Mwenda, the Zanzibar Revenue Authority. The commissioners from revenue authorities present, ATRN Advisory Board, distinguished guests, academics, policymakers, tax officials, and esteemed participants. Good afternoon. In my capacity as the chairperson of the ATRN Advisory Board, it gives me great pleasure to welcome you to the 8th Annual Congress of the ATRN in this lovely country, Tanzania. I want to appreciate our hosts, Tanzania Revenue Authority, for all they have done and will continue to do to make this Congress a success. Thank you all for working so hard to prepare the papers that will be presented in this Congress. Special thanks to our esteemed scientific committee members for the effort put in to review the papers. Much thanks to ATAF for your unwavering support, and to the ATRN Secretariat for the background work done in preparing for this Congress. Let me now use this opportunity to introduce you to the ATRN Advisory Board and tell you about the ATRN and also give some commending remarks to us. I know you've been introduced, but it's my turn now to let the participants see you personally. If you can come and stand right here, I'll be calling your names. And as they come, I'll continue with my speech. As you may recall, at the previous 7th ATRN Congress in Ghana, it pleased the Executive Secretary of ATAF, Mr. Logan Watt, to constitute the ATRN Advisory Board. The board comprises 8 accomplished professionals with diverse expertise who assist with the responsibility of driving the strategy and ensure the academic independence of the ATRN. Please come forward. Effort was made to ensure that the board is as representative as possible by reflecting the geographical, gender, and linguistic representation of Africa. I'll now mention them by name, and they can raise their hands so that you can see them. The chairperson is myself, as I've already introduced. The deputy chair is Dr. Fred Mugambi Mungiri, who is the commissioner and head of the Kenya Revenue School of Administration. Mr. Dr. Mungiri, if you can wave your hand, did you? Good. Professor Nikais Mede, the director of the Center of Studies and Research on Administration and Finance in Benin. Ms. Halima Shehu, who is not here, is the Deputy Director of Research at the Federal Inland Revenue Service in Nigeria. Professor Fanny Van Zel in the Department of Mercantile Law at the University of Pretoria. Mr. Henry Gapiri, the Regional Revenue Administration Advisor at Afritech West International Monetary Fund based in Ghana. He's also not here. Mr. Chenai Mukumba, who has been recently appointed as the Executive Director of Tax Justice Network Africa. Congratulations, Chenai. And then Dr. Ida Opoku Mensah, the Managing Director of Centric Digital GH, Ghana, and the former Special Advisor to the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. Thank you so much. The board is supported by ex-official members of ATAF. We have Mrs. Mary Baini, who is the ATAF Deputy Executive Secretary, and Ms. Caroline Mutayaraba, the manager of ATAF Tax Academy and the secretary to the ATRN Advisory Board, Dr. Ezra Madizi Vanyika, manager applied research and statistics at ATAF, and we also have Mr. Frank Kalizinje, the ATRN program consultant. I don't know if he came around. Thank you so much, board. You may have your seat. So since the appointment of this advisory board, they've been working so hard, making time to deliberate on critical strategic matters for hours on end. So they are so much appreciated. Now, for those of us who are joining you for the first time, I would like to tell you about the ATRN. The ATRN was born out of the recognition of the need for credible academic research on taxation in Africa. So the ATRN was set up as a platform of choice for knowledge sharing, tax thought leadership, and networking on African tax research, positioned to bring together academics, tax administrators, tax policymakers, civil society, researchers in tax to deliberate on tax matters in Africa. The ATRN mission is to facilitate and foster knowledge generation and research excellence in tax policy, legislation, administration, and tax thought leadership. So what's the legal nature of the ATRN? The ATRN is a program under the Africa Tax Academy, and it is housed in the ATAF Secretariat. The ATRN is not a separate legal entity, and it does not have legal personality. ATAF is the parent body of ATRN, which handles all our legal matters. However, to carry out its program, ATAF empowers ATRN to form partnerships and collaborations with like-minded organizations, which we may collaborate with and enter into memorandums of understandings in line with our mandate. We also have the mandate to take such steps as may be necessary to protect the academic independence of the ATRN and our other interests, and the mandate to carry out programs that are necessary to attain our objectives and the performance of our functions. To fulfill the objectives of the ATRN Advisory Board, we came up with a strategy and action plan to revamp the ATRN by focusing on the following. Number one, developing strong governance structures. This we determined to achieve by developing the ATRN governing instrument and various policy guidelines, which I will explain shortly. The next thing we did is streamlining ATRN processes and eliminating bureaucracies. This we will endeavor to achieve by simplifying the application processes for members, for example, the applications to become a member of a scientific committee. The next thing we did is making the ATRN more attractive. This we will achieve by ensuring that ATRN products are accessible, relevant, and impactful. What are the ATRN products you would love to be to access? We have 4 main products. Number one, the first product is our ATRN Congress that you all are here for. Since its launch in 2015, and over the years, the ATRN has convened 7 annual congresses. Since then, over 300 research papers have been presented at our congresses. As we revamp the ATRN, we intend to develop it into a signature tax event on the continent that attracts wide participation based on a broad theme that is punctuated with a focus on some topical issues that are raised for the year. In this 8th annual Congress alone, as the Executive Secretary has said, 105 papers were submitted and 46 were selected by the scientific committee to be presented at the conference. Our second product is the African Multidisciplinary Tax Journal. We have just launched the 3rd volume, and work is underway to ensure that the journal actually gets accredited. Our 3rd product is the webinars, seminars, and workshops, which we hold together with collaborating partners at regional level as maybe a precursor to the ATRN Congress, or at the official launch of our journal, or that form part of capacity building projects that we get involved in. We, for example, held a webinar as a prequel to this conference on the 21st August, and the theme was Modern Day Taxation Challenges in Africa, where presentations were made on taxation of high net worth individuals and on Africa's readiness for the implementation of the 2-pillar global corporate minimum tax. We had an impressive audience of over 200 people who attended the webinar. We also often hold workshops on various capacity building initiatives. An example is the ATAF Uniwider Tax Research Masterclass, which will be held on Friday. Our 4th product is the ATRN policy briefs that the Executive Secretary has just referred to, that evolve from the papers that are published in our journal, which are customized for ease of reference by policymakers, tax administrators, and other policy stakeholders. These products reflect our dedication to enhance tax research capacity, promote best practices, and shape informed policy decisions in the field of taxation in Africa. How does the board operate? Since its appointment, the board has been diligent, working to steer the course of the ATRN so that it can effectively and efficiently achieve its objectives. In this regard, we have 3 subcommittees: the Academic Ethics and Integrity Subcommittee, which is chaired by Professor Van Zel; the Internationalization, Collaboration, and Partnership Subcommittee, which is chaired by Dr. Aida Opoku-Mensah; the Capacity Building and Skills Transfer Subcommittee, which is chaired by Professor Nikais Mede. Following on the discussions we've had in these subcommittees and in the board at large, we have come up with policy guidelines and a number of other documents. The first one I want to mention is the ATRN governance instrument. This is an important instrument as it spells out the policies, regulations, and procedures that guide the strategic direction of the ATRN in line with the broad mandate of ATAF. Without this governance instrument, the board thought that we could not proceed in delivering our mandate. Then the next, we have policy documents, the ATRN Scientific Committee Terms of Reference, which guide the scientific committee on how to go about the peer review of our ATRN Congress papers. Next, we have the ATRN Code of Ethics and Conduct. This policy sets out the ethical values, standards, principles, and guidelines that the ATRN and its stakeholders are expected to uphold to maintain the ATRN's reputation and the furtherance of its vision. And then we have the ATRN Internationalization, Collaboration, and Engagement Policy, which sets out the principles and guidelines that govern the internationalization, collaboration, and engagement activities of our organization and stakeholders. Then we have also developed the ATRN Marketing and Branding Strategy, which outlines the approach for positioning ATRN as a leading voice in African tax research and policy development. All these documents have now been approved by the board. Now, besides these documents, we are also keen on reviving and formalizing our relationships with our ATRN partners, academic institutions, and other key stakeholders through MOUs. I am pleased to inform you that this year, with the support of our host, Tanzania Revenue Authority, we've been able to partner with 3 local academic institutions: the University of Dar es Salaam, the Institute of Tax Administration, which is the TRA Training Institute, and the Institute of Finance Management. We have started initial conversations with the Institute of Finance Management to develop a memorandum of understanding which will strengthen our research capabilities. Now, just a few remarks from me to you. ATRN membership is open to academics, tax policymakers, tax administrators, researchers, practitioners, civil society that work on tax matters in Africa, whether from an economic, accounting, legal, behavioral studies perspective, and whether they are based in Africa or not, as long as they have Africa at heart. To you, I raise this call. Time to arise and take ownership of the fact that there is a dearth of African tax research is now. For too long, lack of capacity is given as a reason for this state of affairs. Yes, I acknowledge that financial capacity is a challenge in most African countries. Personnel tax capacity has also been minimum, as very few universities in Africa offer postgraduate courses in taxation. In fact, most people in Africa with a master's degree in taxation have obtained it abroad. This trajectory has been changing slowly but surely over the years, but we need to play our role in changing this narrative. That is why ATRN matters. Research in tax matters is crucial to Africa's economic development, as tax is central to addressing our social and economic challenges such as poverty, hunger, poor health, lack of education, clean water, sanitation, lack of clean energy, gender equality, climate change, environmental degradation, lack of peace, justice, and lack of decent work, which are the focus of the UN's 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. Now, from time immemorial, human beings have sought to resolve life's challenges by being inquisitive about their circumstances, identifying the problems they face, questioning what caused the problem, and working to find solutions. Tax is not the silver bullet that will solve all our social and economic problems. It is just one of the instruments that can be used. Countries' approaches and abilities to use tax as an instrument to address their challenges differ. We acknowledge that African tax systems are not homogeneous, and the levels of economic development are different, or they differ immensely depending on the levels of capacity and the challenge that they have to deal with. It is therefore important for researchers on tax in Africa to appreciate our context. This is our social, geopolitical, economic circumstances, and then customize globally recommended solutions to fit the African paradigm. Without conducting research, we will not be able to understand the multifaceted tax problems we face. We won't be able to develop the sustainable fiscal policies to address our problems and to find the right tax administrative strategies to collect revenue. Developed countries have long understood the value of research, and their budgets are heavily leaned towards funding research. We need to take ownership of the plight of African tax research. I know that getting funding to conduct evidence-based research is a problem. I therefore call upon our much appreciated friends of Africa and other stakeholders who've been holding this banner for a while now to be open to networking in this ATRN forum and introduce African tax researchers into your partnerships and collaborations, which could open doors for joint funding, for project proposals that could result into impactful research for African tax solutions for African problems. I also call on the powers that be in Africa, that's the ministers of finance present, the heads of tax administration presence, to recognize that solid tax expertise on the continent is steadily rising, and that they should begin trusting African tax researchers to conduct commissioned tax work for their institutions. I call on you academics in various universities and institutions in Africa. We need to be intentional about building up the body of knowledge in Africa. It is not okay that there are barely articles, let alone textbooks, written from an African perspective in Africa in some African countries. This has got to change. We are at a pivotal moment in our lifetimes, and it behoves us to be the change makers that will create this change. I therefore urge tax academics and researchers to be more intentional about conducting more comparative studies on tax issues with other African countries, not only with developed countries. This is how we build the tax body of knowledge in Africa, and no one else is going to do it for us. The ATRN is pleased that many tax administrations in Africa have realized the need for research and tax education, and many have set up tax research or tax education units, and they are part of the stakeholders that the ATRN is engaging with. As we gather together under this ATRN forum, let us sharpen each other. We need the support of all stakeholders and funders to make this work. Together, we can make a difference in the future trajectory of tax in Africa. I look forward to your dedicated and active participation in this Congress, and I wish you all an exciting, productive, illuminating, thought-provoking, networking, and friendship-making conference. I thank you all.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Professor. Allow me now to step up onto the podium so I can allow the cascade of speeches and remarks to move on. Just before we proceed, the guest of honor, I wish to acknowledge the presence of the CPA, Dr. Venance Mwase, please rise. The Managing Director, Stamiko, please acknowledge his presence with your hands. And also the Deputy Commissioner General, TRA, Mcha Hassan Mcha, please be acknowledged your presence in the room. And now, as I turn over to the CG TRA Tanzania, Mr. Alfayo Kidata, please step onto the podium and welcome the Deputy Minister after your remarks, and he will also have the honor of welcoming the guest of honor for his speech. Ladies and gentlemen, our host.
Honorable Professor Adolf Faustin Mkenda, Minister of Education, Science and Technology, Honorable Hamad Hassan Chande, Deputy Minister of Finance, Dr. Abubakar Nakanabo, Minister of Finance, Burkina Faso, Mr. Logan Watt, Executive Secretary of African Tax Administration Forum, Professor Annette Yoguta, Chairperson, African Tax Research Network, Commissioners and Directors General from various revenue administrations across Africa present, research experts represented from various higher learning institutions, distinguished guests, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to you all. On behalf of Tanzania Revenue Board of Directors, Management and Staff, I would like to take this opportunity to welcome you all to Tanzania, and in particular to Dar es Salaam, the beautiful coastal city, with all the rich culture and the welcoming people. A very welcome to you all. Karibuni sana. I know some of you may have visited here before, but for those who are visiting for the first time, please feel at home and enjoy the warm hospitality of Tanzania while you are here. Honorable guests of honor, we are gathered here for the 8th Conference of the African Tax Research Network, which comes under the auspices of the African Tax Administration Forum, ATAF. It is indeed a great honor and a privilege for Tanzania Revenue Authority and the United Republic of Tanzania at large to associate with the extraordinary work of ATAF, and particularly for the being chosen to host the 8th Annual African Tax Research Network Congress here in Dar es Salaam. I would like to take this opportunity to express our sincere gratitude to ATAF for granting us this opportunity. Thank you very much indeed, Rogan and your team. I recall it was just last May where we did also had a privilege to host the IBFD 8th African Tax Symposium in Arusha. As you may have noticed, in the 2023, we have so far been blessed to host two remarkable African events, namely the 8th Annual African Tax Research Networks and also the 8th African Symposium. It is a such coincidence that both of the being African events have marked the 8th round sessions here in Tanzania. Asante sana, Rogan. Honorable guests of honor, distinguished participants, I'm confident that we are all aware on how taxation plays a crucial role in economic development and the provision of goods and services in our African continent. However, the continent faces several contemporary taxation issues that pose significant challenges to its financial or fiscal systems. This year, 2023 annual conference with the theme of contemporary taxation issues in Africa is aimed at providing a platform for in-depth discussion of the key issues such as tax evasion and illicit financial flow, tax base erosions, and profit shifting, and other tax administration challenges that surrounds our taxation area in Africa. Therefore, this Congress has come at the right time to address and enhance and expand our efforts together in Africa. It is also my belief that this 8th Annual African Tax Research Network Congress will also act as a brainstorming platform to exchange views on what needs to be taken into consideration when it comes to our tax administration and the tax policies. Honorable guests of honor, distinguished participants, one of the benefits of hosting such a Congress in our country is having a great number of participants from our country. I'm happy to inform you that as Tanzania, we have 43 local participants in this Congress that will benefit from the outcomes of various papers that will be presented and discussed here in the next 3 days. Honorable guests of honor and distinguished participants, as your hosts, I assure you usual warm Tanzanian hospitality, and my team will be at your disposal at times to ensure that you have a great Congress and a memorable stay here in Dar es Salaam. It is my hope that you will plan to return to Tanzania with your families to visit and sample the many natural beauties of this country that we have to offer, ranging from beaches in Zanzibar, Kilimanjaro Mountain, Serengeti National Park, Ngorongoro Crater, and many more. With these few remarks, it is my pleasure now to once again extend a cheerful welcome to you all by sincerely saying, Karibuni sana Tanzania. It is with great pleasure that I now invite the Honorable Deputy Minister of Finance, Mr. Hamad Hassan Chande, to give his remarks, and thereafter invite the guests of honor to address this audience and officiate the 8th Annual African Tax Research Network Congress. Thank you very much. Asanteni sana.
Professor Adolf Mkenda, Minister of Education, Science and Technology, Minister for Finance at Burkina Faso, Mr. Kidata, Commissioner General, TRA, Mr. Yusuf Mwenda, Commissioner General, ZRA, Commissioners, Directors General, present here today, Mr. Logan, Executive Secretary African Tax Administration Forum, members of TRA management, ATAF Secretariat, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Nawasalimu kwa jina la Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Asanteni. It is my great honor and privilege to stand before you today as we gather here for the 8th Congress of the African Tax Research Network. On behalf of the government of the United Republic of Tanzania, I extend a warm and heartfelt welcome to you all, esteemed delegates, scholars, academicians, researchers, tax administrators, students, tax practitioners, consultants, and decision makers on fiscal and tax policy in Africa, and all participants joining us from across Africa and beyond. Honorable Minister, my duty this afternoon is to welcome you, Honorable Professor Mkenda, to speak and officially launch this 8th Congress of the African Research Network. Before I welcome you, and with your permission, allow me to say a few words in this floor. Honorable Minister, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, this Congress is a testament to the growing importance of tax research in Africa, and we are proud to host these events in our beautiful country, Tanzania. We recognize that effective tax policies and systems are vital for sustainable economic growth and development. And the Minister of Finance is committed to fostering an enabling environment for research and innovation in this crucial field. We appreciate the efforts the Africa Tax Administration Forum, ATAF, is taking to improve the performance of tax administration through various capacity building programs and initiatives. This endeavor will eventually enable tax administrations in Africa perform better in terms of revenue collection and improve their economies and people's lives. The global taxation landscape undergoes significant reforms. Africa finds itself in a great need to capitalize on these changes and transform its economic. Participation of many countries across the continent in the Congress symbolized our determination as Africans to move forward in solidarity to realize sustainable economic growth. The theme for this year's Congress, Contemporary Tax Issues in Africa, could not be more relevant as our continent faces diverse economic challenges and opportunities. It is imperative that we come together to exchange ideas, share knowledge, and collaborate on innovative solutions that will drive our nations towards prosperity. Honorable Minister, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, succession plays a pivotal role in advancing our development agenda, from financing public services and infrastructure to promoting social equity and inclusive growth. Through this Congress, I'm sure you will seek to explore new avenues for harnessing the potential of taxation to overcome emerging challenges and capitalize on the vast opportunities that lie ahead for Africa. Africa is Africa is endowed with abundant natural resources that can serve as a catalyst for the economic growth and development. However, to fully realize the potential of these resources, it is crucial to implement effective taxation policies that promote transparency, accountability, and fair revenue distribution by levy opportunities taxes on extractive industries. Governments can generate substantial revenues that can be invested in vital sectors such as education, healthcare, infrastructure, and social welfare programs. Honorable Minister, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as Africa experiences rapid economic growth and an increasing number of high-net-worth individuals, it becomes crucial to examine the unique complexity that arises in taxing this specific segment of society. High-net-worth individuals possess substantial assets, engage in diverse investment strategies, and often have a global presence, leading to indirect tax considerations. Also, want to acknowledge and express gratitude to all distinguished speakers and presenters who have shared their insights and findings during this Congress. Your contribution will undoubtedly enrich our understanding of the complexities of taxation in the African continent. Once again, I extend a warm welcome to all our distinguished guests. May this Congress be a resounding success, and may our collective efforts lead to meaningful and transformative outcomes that will benefit the people of Africa. Let us begin this exciting journey towards a brighter future through tax research, policy, and practices. With these few remarks, Honorable Minister, and with highest respect, I take this opportunity to welcome you to speak to the Congress in this floor. Asanteni sana. Karibu sana, Mheshimiwa.
Good afternoon. Honorable Hamad Chande, Member of Parliament and Deputy Minister of Finance. Honorable Dr. Abubakar Nakanabo, Minister of Finance, Burkina Faso. Mr. Alfayo Kidata, Commissioner General of TRA. Mr. Yusuf Mwenda, Commissioner General of ZRA. Mr. Logan Watt, Executive Secretary of the African Tax Administration, ATAF, Professor Annette Ogut, Chairperson of the ATRN Advisory Board. I also came here with Dr. Franklin Jason Rozimula, Deputy Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Education, Science and Technology. Representatives from the African Tax Administrations, facilitators and discussants, members of media fraternity, ladies and gentlemen, the Vice President of the United Republic of Tanzania, His Excellency Dr. Philip Mpango, was going to be here to officiate the opening ceremony of this important conference. But at the very last minute, circumstances beyond his control made it impossible for him to attend. and therefore he sent me here to open the ceremony on his behalf, but I'm going to faithfully read his speech verbatim. And here we go. I'm very delighted to officiate the 8th African Tax Research Network Congress. On behalf of Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, the President of the United Republic of Tanzania, I have the honor to sincerely welcome you all to Tanzania and Dar es Salaam in particular. We are greatly honored by your presence, and we look forward to exchange of ideas and experiences as you engage with each other on topical tax issues. Allow me to thank African Tax Administration Forum, ATAF, and Tanzania Revenue Authority, TRA, for partnering in making the 8th African Tax Research Network Congress a success. Indeed, I am grateful to learn that we are graced with resourceful participants from over 30 countries, encompassing academia, researchers, tax administrators, students, tax practitioners, consultants, and decision makers. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, the African continent is reeling from the economic fallout resulting from the disruptions in global supply chains caused by the Russia-Ukraine conflict, tightening global financing conditions, dwindling overseas development assistance, soaring debt, the negative effects of climate change, and indeed it is yet to fully recover from the COVID-19 pandemic. The adverse effects from these shocks culminated to sluggish recovery in continent's real GDP growth, decreasing from 4.7% in 2021 to 3.9% in 2022, and the declining trend is set to reach a growth rate of 3.5% in 2023. On that note, this Congress, under the theme Contemporary Taxation Issues in Africa, is timely and pairs well with our pursuit and aspirations to mobilize much-needed revenue through robust tax policies and sound tax administrations. It further serves as a platform to discuss various critical contemporary taxation issues that are shaping the future of Africa's economic landscape, taking into account that the continent is considered to be the future of the world given its vast natural resources endowments, demographic dividend of youthful population, expanding high net worth individuals, and the African Continental Free Trade Area covering 55 countries with a market of not less than 1.4 billion people. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, in Tanzania, we have embarked on a transformative tax reform, including enhancing fairness and efficiency, instilling voluntary compliance, promoting pro-growth tax systems, and addressing some of the global and regional contemporary tax issues. The overarching objective is to exploit every tax opportunity while maintaining progressive revenue measures to ensure stability in the market, predictability, and supportive to private sector's growth and nurture entrepreneurial spirit. To enhance fairness, compliance, efficiency, and simplification of tax systems, we have in place a tax modernization roadmap which encompasses, among others, scaling up tax education, amendments of legislations, including the Tax Revenue Appeal Act, to accommodate alternative dispute resolution mechanism and enhance reduce bureaucracy in addressing tax appeals, and leveraging digital technology to cope with increasing uptake in use of ICT systems and internet services. Systems developed so far include Tanzania Customs Integrated System, TANSYS, electronic fiscal devices, EFD, to monitor sales, ease record keeping for business and make tax assessments realistic and fair, while at the same time enabling tax refunds for the VAT to be done with the prescribed period, and then revenue gateway systems, RGS, and the government electronic payment gateway, GPG, to ease tax payment, and electronic tax stamps, ETS, to monitor and account for production and importation of accessible goods, electronic filing, e-filing for our major income and consumption taxes, and the online registration of the tax identification number. In resolving complexity in taxing the informal sector, which accounts for nearly 70% of the economy, we implement the presumption taxation regime with tax brackets that commensurate with business sizes, that is, zero tax rate for micro traders and the additional tax bracket as trading grows. We have further devised means of identifying informal sector businesses in their localities by, among others, building affordable business premises and modern markets to entice formalization and ease traceability and monitoring. On the same note, business startups are exempted from paying tax for a period of 6 months from the date of business commencement. To promote growth and comply with regional and international contemporary tax issues, we have scrapped off over 230 nuisance taxes and levies that were thwarting growth of businesses and were imposing non-tariff barriers on cross-border trade. Further, Tanzania has strengthened regional and international cooperation framework on tax matters, including avoidance of double taxation. So far, we have already concluded and signed agreements with 10 countries on avoidable double taxation and prevention of tax evasion. To scale up financial inclusion and minimize use of cash, we have reduced fees on financial transactions. And on environmental conservation, we have introduced excise duty on cement to mobilize resources for environmental management. In addressing tax evasion and avoidance through illicit flows and transfer pricing, the government continues to implement the action plan of Financial Action Task Force, FATF, and so far we have amended laws and regulations as part of implementing FATF technical standards, established the National Anti-Money Laundering, Counter-Terrorist Financing and Counter-Proliferation Financial Strategy from 2022 to 2023 up to 2026-2027, and conducted various trainings and campaigns aimed at increasing awareness on money laundering and terrorist financing. Distinguished delegates, these reforms measures that I have outlined have contributed to several achievements. The outstanding one being a notable improvement in revenue administration, with domestic revenue to GDP ratio recorded an upward trend over the past 5 years from 13.7% in 2018-2019 to 14.9% in 2022-2023, and driven by tax revenue with its share to GDP rising from 11.6% in 2018-19 to nearly 12.5% in 2022-23. Generally, these positive developments in revenue collection have made the government to be able to finance its budget by around 70%. We have also noted tangible socioeconomic multiplier effects translating across the country, ranging from improvements in education, healthcare, clean and safe water, to mega infrastructure strategic projects such as the construction of the 2,215 megawatts Julius Nyerere hydroelectric power plant, which is now almost 90.2% towards completion, and the ongoing construction of multinational standard gauge railway, which is in good progress and will soon be launching its operation for the 500 kilometers section connecting the commercial city of Dar es Salaam and the capital city of Dodoma. In the medium term, the standard gauge railway network is set to extend up to Musongati and Gitega in Burundi and Kindu in the DRC. This will open the Musongati and Gitega mines of lithium and nickel, as well as facilitate transport of cargo to and from the port of Dar es Salaam. We also managed to revitalize the national airline, which is now operating in the region and across the globe. Distinguished delegates, despite the success stories that Tanzania and the other countries are registering in the tax administration, there are still several challenges that weigh on our reform agenda. As a result, we keep losing quite substantial revenues from taxable income stream, and thus the average tax to GDP ratio in the sub-Saharan Africa has by and large remained below 18%. It is my humble plea that this conference, alongside the main themes that have already been decided, will spend some time also to brainstorm on the following. 1, innovative solutions to mounting risks of transfer pricing, profit shifting, and illicit financial flow. 2, measures to address problems of asymmetric information which hinders most countries in the region to effectively tax e-businesses, carbon credit trade, natural resources value chain, and tourism activities which are dominated by package tour arrangements. 3, deliberate on tax incidences as countries' taxation policies are increasingly skewed to consumption and income taxes to compensate for the lost international trade taxes as regional integration and bilateral arrangements are taking the course. And finally, 4, as you navigate the digital technology, try to find out best ways that countries in the region with support from homegrown solutions could scale up collaboration in developing and managing ICT tools in tax administration to, among others, enjoy economies of scale and sharing of information. The current standalone arrangement is costly and has been a cause of concern for both government and taxpayers. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, I firmly believe that this Congress provides a unique and invaluable opportunity for you to engage in meaningful discussions and debates on contemporary taxation issues in Africa. Tanzania remains fully committed to collaborate with other African nations to promote sustainable development and enhance tax administration. I eagerly anticipate the exchange of experiences and insight from each of you as you collectively thrive to shape a brighter future for Africa through effective and equitable taxation. With these remarks, it is my honor and pleasure to announce that the 8th African Tax Research Network Congress is officially open. I wish you successful deliberations. Thank you for your kind attention. Karibuni sana Tanzania. And that is the end of the very long quote. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to request that we remain standing at the stage so that we can very quickly give these plaques to the guest of honor. Please, could we bring them up onto the stage very quickly? And our photographers, please stand by for this. Waheshimiwa, naomba mpokee tafadhali zawadi hizi haraka haraka na tupate picha. Naomba msogee kwangu ambao mmepokea na hizo plaques, msogee kwangu. Njoni kwangu na hizo plaques tafadhali. Plaque number 1 goes to the CG. Plaque number 2 will go to the Honorable Deputy Minister. And on behalf of the Vice President, our guest of honor, please receive the following plaque. I don't have any time for a picture. Maybe if you would just stand as you are, please, for a picture. We really wanted the ATRN board to come through for a quick picture if we can quickly mobilize ourselves, quickly, and TRA thereafter, very, very quickly, please can I bring you through left and right of the dignitaries, please come up, very, very quickly. All right, so we can slot in the TRA. Okay, unfortunately. Oh, they're ready. Very quickly. It's a very small group. These are the hosts and the... Please remain, Professor, very quickly with TRA management. And unfortunately, we're just going to take these 2 shots. Brass band, ndugu zangu, rafiki zangu, naomba mwe standby tuweze kuaga sasa katika meza kuu. Waandishi wa habari, kwa bahati mbaya sana mheshimiwa anakimbia kwenye majukumu. Oh yes, tafadhali sana kaka Mwenda. All right, at least we were able to get these 2 shots. And ladies and gentlemen, may I request that we be upstanding. Let us stand, please, as we bid goodbye to our chief guest. We have a saying here in Tanzania, the United Republic of Tanzania, Kazi. Yes, the chief guest is moving on to more duties. And let's put our hands together just to say once again, we appreciate it. On behalf of the Vice President, all right, let's take our seats. Asanteni sana. Thank you. Asanteni, nashukuru. All right, so we get straight back to business after the official opening. Congratulations, everyone. And for those who've selected taxation of high net worth individuals, please remain seated. We're doing that within this room. The sub-theme is taxation of high net worth individuals. You're in this main venue. May I please request from the organizing committee from TRA Tanzania, could we take our guests, our distinguished guests, to Ruaha and Manyara, which is room number 2. If I could get an indication of who's leading them, at least a rider. All right, or should we explore? So room number 2 is Ruaha and Manyara, and the sub-theme, I hope you've selected, the role of technology in taxation. And room number 3, Sulu and Mikumi, the sub-theme is Global Tax Reforms for Africa. I believe I'm at liberty to allow you to disperse, ladies and gentlemen. I believe I'm allowed to do that, as I haven't been informed that there'll be any other announcements after this. So if you're staying within this room, please stay. But if you're stepping out, I'd advise you to sort of exit and look left and right. And I'll quickly run over to ask the Secretariat to assist us in taking us either left or right. All right, so it's been a great day. Thank you. I appreciate it very much. And I wish you the very best in your sessions for the remainder of the day. Have a great stay here wherever you are. It's quite safe, but don't tempt anyone. Enjoy yourselves, and see you tomorrow. Good evening.
request the speakers in this session to join me up on the stage. We already have Dr. Giovanni Occhiali. Can Ms. Teodette Boyayo please come to the stage? Dr. Abiodun Adekboy, please come to the stage. And Mr. Yavi Kokbere, please come to the stage. Ask that you please settle down in your seats so that we can start with this session. Sound guys, may I ask for a roaming mic? Just to confirm, ladies and gentlemen, that this is session 1 on the taxation of the high net worth individuals. Please take note that if you are moving from one room to another, you are welcome to do so as you please, but be reminded that before the end of today, there will be a combined session in this room where further announcements will be made about the cocktail function tonight. Our presenters today are Dr. Giovanni Occhiali, who is a research fellow at the International Center for Tax and Development. And his paper is entitled Taxing High Net Worth Individuals in the Federal State of Nigeria, and he's going to look at some considerations from the Borno State. I shall introduce each of the speakers as they are ready to present their papers. Please, sir, the podium is yours. I believe that your PowerPoint has been shared already. Okay. Before you start. Before I hand over, can I get an indication there from the back if the interpreters are ready for the session? Anyone at the back there, interpreters? I can't see through the glass. So do we have interpreters there? Okay, thank you, I can see them. Right, thanks so much. At any time, for those of you listening through for the interpretation, if there is something going wrong or the speaker is speaking too fast, just raise your hand. Speakers, please speak slow for the interpreters. You will see somebody in the audience who will most probably tell you that you are talking too fast, or I shall tell you that you are talking too fast. You have approximately 20 minutes each for your presentation. Please stick to the time. If I do stop you, I'm not being rude. Okay, please, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Allow me just to set a timer so I won't have to force Professor Van Til to not be rude to me. I'll be happy to start whenever the PowerPoint is up. I'll use these few seconds to say that it's a pleasure to be here in Tanzania, and I have greatly enjoyed the first 12 hours in the country, and I look forward to the remainder of the week. Also, if it is easier, I also have my presentation on USB stick in my pocket, just.
Colleagues, can we share the PowerPoint, please? 1 minute, okay.
Okay.
1 minute, sorry.
No problem.
Deck, do we have a pointer?
of work also remains to be done on domestic taxes. And one of the areas that definitely has the most potential is that of taxing a net worth individual. Now, this is a topic that has become more significant across a variety of countries in the continent. We've heard it many times today, how much potential this area possesses. And we have done, as the International Center for Tax and Development, together with various revenue authorities in the continent, a variety of projects over the last few years. We've done work in Uganda, we've done work in Rwanda, we've done work in Sierra Leone. And there are a few things that we have found make the topic of taxing a net worth individual similar and relevant across all of these different countries. And the reason for wanting to develop a dedicated high net worth individual strategies are that these are individuals who tend to earn incomes from a variety of sources and not the usual one, not the one easy to observe. Labor income is much less relevant than for the general population. Most of their income tends to come from either capital gains or dividends, interest, and these are sources of income which are not as easy to observe for many revenue authorities as labor is. At the same time, because of the complexity of their sources of income and the wealth at their disposal, these are individuals who are more likely to engage in tax evasion and tax planning than the general public. They have the means to hire the best tax accountant and tax lawyers in the country. And finally, they tend to possess a series of political connections when they're not directly politicians themselves that make enforcement of existing tax laws harder than what it would be for the general public. Okay, so the first thing that is often coming to mind when one thinks about the taxation of a net worth individual is whether one should focus on taxing the individual themselves or whether one should focus on creating a wealth tax. Now, in our opinion, for the work we have done, we think that it makes more sense to actually focus on the taxation of a net worth individual rather than focusing on creating wealth taxes. And this is because the act necessary to enforce this legislation are already present, and much of the data which is required to introduce a wealth tax is the same data which is required to actually tax this high net worth individual. At the same time, this is not to say that taxing a net worth individual is going to be an easy thing to enforce. There are a series of obstacles, administrative obstacles such as the lack of data, potential legal obstacles such as filing for individual not being mandatory in across all jurisdiction, and political obstacle. As we have mentioned, there's a high likelihood that political exposed people will be a significant share of high net worth individual. Now, a couple of things on Nigeria before zooming into Borno State. The case of Nigeria is quite particular even across the continent. Nigeria is one of the countries with the lowest tax to GDP ratio in the world. It stood to 7.5% in 2021, significantly lower than the average across other sub-Saharan African countries, as the vast majority of the revenue from federal government originates from the sales of crude oil that covers over 50% of the budget of the federal state. However, there is an appreciation in Nigeria more and more that this situation is unsustainable and that there has to be a stronger focus on demobilization of domestic revenue. And this is because over 80% of the revenue collected currently goes to the repayment of debt. While the debt to GDP ratio is not particularly high for the continent, it is the debt service to revenue ratio, which is really worrying. This has been recognized by the new federal government, with President Bola Tinubu deciding to focus from the beginning of his mandate into the harmonization and the reform of tax law. However, one of the peculiarities of Nigeria is that all taxation on individual income sits with the state's government, with the states within the federation rather than with the federal government itself. Now, this is the reason why we decided to work in one state rather than in the federation, as every state might have slight differences in the way in which all taxes on individual are actually enforced. Now, Borno State sits at the very northeasternmost corner of Nigeria and has probably been known to you as the state in which the Boko Haram insurgency took place over the last 10 years. So this has lasted for a very long time, and it had a major impact on the economic and social life of the state, with a great destruction of infrastructure and social cohesion. In this context, ensuring that the reconstruction effort will be paid as evenly as possible from the general public will be particularly important to make sure that the cost of reconstructing will not be borne only by the usual suspect in any country. Now, we conducted this study in collaboration with the Borno Internal Revenue Services, and we had three different approaches. We reviewed all the available legislation, both at the federal level and at the state level, that covered the taxation of individuals. We carried out a series of semi-structured interviews, both with personnel of the Borno Internal Revenue Services and with various other government stakeholders, such as the Ministry of Investment and Trade or the Corporate Affairs Commission, and then we carried out interviews in some of the neighboring states too, who already have a high net worth individual unit in their own state. The third level was data analysis, and this is something that is worth saying right away. We could not get access to any taxpayer level data. The system in Borno State at the moment are such that granular data on individual is not currently available, and this is both one of the main limitations of the study, and as we will see, the main suggestion that we have at the moment is to focus on that. We still think, though, that the combination of these three different approaches gives us a good view of what's going on in the state. Now, to start with, as we mentioned, given the importance of the security consideration, we did ask ourselves whether there was any danger that focusing on a net worth individual could have contributed to destabilizing the country, as the state. As you know, currently the security situation is improving, but there still are weekly fighting. And you know, high net worth individuals usually have the capacity to mobilize the general population through their patronage network, and if they wanted to oppose any enforcement action, that could have serious consequences. We found no evidence that this is going to be likely. While there used to be some support for the insurgents at the very beginning of the insurgency, this is not the case any longer. The barbaric acts that have been carried out have made completely evaporating any potential support. So that consideration is less, it's a worry less, but at the same time there is one consideration connected to taxing a net worth individual, which is valid in this context, and that is the potential impact on investment in the state. Borno is trying to reattract in the state as much of the funds that have been divested as possible, so that focusing on enforcing action on those who have more funds at their disposal could be counterproductive. But this has been taken into account in the state law that has been passed, that has one provision for exempting investments from all those who are repatriating funds into Borno from 1 to 3 years, and at the same time land is freely allotted to those who are returning investment in the state again. So this makes sure to an extent that you know, the potential impact on fiscal pressure on the wealthiest will not have too strong a detriment impact on investment behavior. At the same time, one of the consequences of insecurity is often that there is a concentration of population in urban areas because these are easier to defend, which have led to a huge boom in the real estate sector that wasn't one of the main drivers of the Borno economy. As a consequence, the Borno Internal Revenue Services have focused quite significantly on withholding taxes on rent, have issued about $1.5 million of assessment on withholding taxes on rent in 2021, and managed to collect approximately 58% of that. So that was the first enforcement action that they carried out in their drive to rebalance revenue collection in the state. Now, when we come to the legal consideration, you know, the uniqueness of Nigeria is that while most countries will have a single income tax act that cover for a variety of taxes on individual, in Nigeria, you know, capital gains acts and income tax act and withholding tax act are all separate acts, and they're all passed at the federal level, despite the fact that these taxes are then administered at the state level. However, all of these taxes are present, so the legal framework is all there. There's no need to add anything, and at the same time, there is an obligation to file for all individuals who earn income above 30,000 naira. And it's not only an obligation to file, it's the obligation to declare all different sources of income. So this gives a lot of potential information to Internal Revenue Services that can be used for the identification of such individual. In addition, tax clearance certificate must be obtained to pretty much interact with government in any way, be that bidding for providing public services or work as a chairperson in any state body. And tax clearance certificates are, again, another very important tool in the hand of revenue administration to obtain data, which is crucial to identify this individual. Commercial banks are also mandated to submit monthly reports on all individual opening a new bank account to the revenue services. These are the federal law. At the same time, Borno passed a set of other legal mandates in its own internal harmonization law that reinstituted the Internal Revenue Services in 2020, such as the obligation to submit all the details of taxpayers, of bank holders who carry out transactions above $1 million naira or 3 million naira if there are partnerships, as well as obligation for all ministries, departments, and agencies to submit all of the revenue collected alongside report on how this revenue has been obtained monthly to the Internal Revenue Services. This gives a lot of information to the Borno Internal Revenue Services to identify individuals who could appear in a variety of different data sets, be that from bank, be that from the Ministry of Land, or wherever else. Now, the other consideration which is always relevant is to kind of figure out who a high net worth individual should be in any given context. The international threshold considered as per the OECD is $1 million in net assets. Now, this is an extremely high threshold for the vast majority of African countries. It does not make sense to consider high net worth individual only those individuals. Every country should strive to understand who a high net worth individual is in its own context, given its own economic structure. And given the diversity of Nigerian states, different states in Nigeria should all have their own definition of who a high net worth individual is. So as Borno's, the Internal Revenue Services were considering what their criteria should be, we checked with some of the neighboring states to understand what their criteria was. I'll be very brief. Now, the vast majority of the states have two main considerations to be made for whether you qualify as a high net worth individual or not. The value of the assets you own and the number of the assets you own, usually the number of houses and whether these houses are in high value neighborhood, the number and type of cars that an individual owns, and the income earned, both the level and the sources of income, you know, whether you earn income from interest or dividends, you know, because these are not very common sources of income. So these are the most common indicators alongside being a politically exposed person. And these were also the indicators that were under consideration in Borno, although the politically exposed one was not there. Now, the other thing is how to actually go about identifying this individual. Okay, defining who they are or who they should be is the first point. The second one is identifying them. Now, the vast majority of information that is readily available to governments comes from other government branches. So if you are a revenue authority, accessing data from the Ministry of Land, accessing data from the Ministry of Investment, that is what really gives you the first set of information. And in Borno, that's all already there because all of these other ministries, departments, and agencies have to give monthly report to the Internal Revenue Services on all the revenue collected. Very big amnesty scheme was also implemented in Nigeria in 2017 and 2018. Wasn't very useful for Borno, so they are considering to carry out their own version of it. And the final consideration to be made is that being engaged in the public is also quite crucial in identifying these individuals, especially in a context such as that as Borno, that has very little public service provision and that has a very, damaged social and economic structure because of the insurgency. So rather than having a confrontational approach to tax paying, having a more conciliatory approach, sensitizing leaders, sensitizing professional association, and trying to get information from them will be very important from Borno. Now, just a couple of quick considerations on the data, because as I said, there wasn't really much that could be seen from granular data, but we could still get access to data from the Joint Tax Board that basically showed us that Borno pretty much gathered, much less direct assessed tax during the insurgency than anywhere else in the Northeast, but already much more tax than anywhere else in the Northeast since the end of the insurgency, partially because of their focus on rental income tax. Also, PAYE accounts for much more than in other areas because of the role of the state in the economy. And if we look at the average collection in absolute value, Borno collects the second highest level of direct assessed tax in the north of Nigeria, second only to Kano, which is the second most industrialized state in the north of Nigeria, everywhere after Lagos. So they're doing quite a good job already, despite the fact that they have access to so very little data. So in conclusion, the security context of Borno does not seem to be particularly damaging for pursuing a net worth individual taxation, but given the potential damage will still be a consideration to be made. The legal backup is present. The thing that really needs to be the focus at the moment is making granular data available, because without this data, it's impossible to identify a high net worth individual and to make use of all the variety of information that the revenue services get from other ministries, departments, and agencies, and from the banking sector. Thank you very much, and I look forward to questions afterwards.
Thank you, Dr. Ocheli, for your presentation. I'm not going to open the floor immediately for questions and answers. Please note down your question. After we are done with all the presentations, then I'll open the floor for you to address the question to the specific presenter. And then we'll take the questions and the answers then. Please bear with me with that. Our next speaker is Ms. Teodette Boyayo. She is a state attorney specializing in tax and customs matters in Burundi. She's currently a doctoral student at the University of Burundi, and she's an active member of the Tax Institute at the University of Liège. She subsequently broadened her scope of study to include African tax issues, and I believe her paper is going to be quite riveting. We are talking about high net worth individuals in religious spheres. Hallelujah.
Thank you. Church Erit's perspective on taxation of high net worth individuals in Burundi is a paper which is in English but will be presented in French. Considérablement les bases d'imposition de la plupart des pays en développement, principalement en raison de l'inefficacité de l'administration fiscale. Nous savons tous que pour qu'un pays parvienne à une croissance économique robuste, durable et inclusive, le système fiscal doit fonctionner correctement. Aujourd'hui, nous assistons à une série de pratiques dommageables, une série des hommes fortunés, mais qui ne parviennent pas à payer leurs impôts aux administrations fiscales de leur pays. Et c'est le cas du Burundi. Et la présente étude a été menée dans le cadre de la taxation, de l'imposition et des défis qui rendent le système fiscal des pays africains dans le monde actuel. En prenant l'exemple de la société burundaise, nous avons constaté qu'il y a des changements majeurs qui ont affecté non seulement les structures économiques, mais aussi qui ont affecté la façon dont les gens vivent et la façon dont les gens accumulent leurs richesses. Nous avons également constaté que le régime fiscal burundais n'a pas pris en compte ce genre d'individus. La présente étude porte sur les dirigeants des églises au Burundi. Nous n'allons pas analyser les revenus des églises en tant qu'églises, mais nous allons analyser les revenus des dirigeants de ces églises. L'étude examine le régime juridique des dirigeants des églises, la relation entre la façon dont les dirigeants des églises accumulent leurs richesses et entre les caractéristiques des hommes fortunés qu'on appelle en anglais « high net worth individuals ». L'objectif de cette étude est de donner un aperçu de la façon dont les dirigeants des églises accumulent leur argent et la façon dont ils remplissent les caractéristiques des hommes fortunés qui doivent être taxés et dont leurs revenus doivent être taxés. Nous avons constaté que le phénomène des associations en Afrique subsaharienne donne un aperçu de l'émergence dans les sphères privées et publiques. Et ces associations viennent sous forme ils viennent dans le pays, ils s'enregistrent comme des associations sans but lucratif et les autres viennent comme des bienfaiteurs. Ils forment des groupements de gens qui ont un caractère, qui ont des besoins communs. Ils font semblant de les aider, ils font semblant de les faire, de les consoler. Les dirigeants des églises, ils forment des églises et puis par après, ils s'enrichissent au détriment de la population sans toutefois s'inquiéter des questions fiscales. Le problème existe là où il est difficile de taxer ces individus parce que leurs revenus ne sont pas transparents. Il est difficile donc de détecter leur fortune pour que l'administration fiscale puisse tenir compte de ces gens en position des revenus. Les dirigeants des églises font semblant d'être des bienfaiteurs, mais réellement, ce sont des entrepreneurs. Ce sont de vrais entrepreneurs. Ils offrent à leurs clients, donc les membres de l'Église, qui ont besoin, qui ont des problèmes de richesse, ces gens leur disent d'apporter de l'argent et puis qu'ils vont payer pour eux. Comme problématique, ce que j'ai trouvé au Burundi, il est tellement difficile de taxer ces gens parce que leurs revenus sont dissimulés dans les églises. Mais en étudiant l'environnement, en utilisant les ressources disponibles dans des domaines sélectionnés, j'ai vu que cette étude est interdisciplinaire. L'interdisciplinarité a renforcé la compréhension de la réalité sociale à travers les questions croisées que d'autres disciplines abordent. L'ethnométhodologie alors concerne à détecter le rôle des responsables des églises dans leurs pratiques, leurs interactions et le contexte de leur action au niveau du marché des finances. J'ai utilisé également une méthode logique pour expliquer les activités de ces dirigeants des églises et une méthode aussi analytique pour expliquer la relation entre la façon dont les dirigeants des églises accumulent de l'argent et les caractéristiques des hommes fortunés. Après cette analyse méthodologique, j'ai pu arriver à quelques résultats. Au Burundi, j'ai vu que les associations, donc les églises, sont classées parmi les associations sans but lucratif. La Constitution du Burundi reconnaît les églises en tant qu'associations sans but lucratif. D'autre part, il y a une loi sur les sociétés qui autorise les associations sans but lucratif à s'orienter dans des activités commerciales. Mais cette loi dit que lorsqu'une association sans but lucratif s'engage dans des activités commerciales, elle devient directement une entreprise commerciale. Et d'un autre côté, il y a une loi de l'impôt sur les revenus qui taxe les dirigeants des sociétés commerciales. Par mon analyse ethnologique, j'ai vu que les dirigeants des églises qui font également des activités économiques sont assimilés aux dirigeants des entreprises commerciales. Après avoir caractérisé les dirigeants des églises comme des dirigeants des sociétés commerciales, je me suis lancée dans la façon dont ces dirigeants accumulent leurs richesses, donc d'où vient la source de leurs revenus. J'ai trouvé que les associations sans but lucratif, les églises dans d'autres termes, sont des associations sans but lucratif en même temps qui font des activités commerciales. Dans ce cas, en me basant sur la loi de l'impôt, la loi sur les sociétés, j'ai vu qu'il faut qualifier les églises comme des sociétés mixtes, donc commerciales, qui doivent être régies par la loi de l'impôt sur les revenus et la loi sur les sociétés. J'ai vu que les dirigeants des églises accumulent leurs richesses de la même façon que les entreprises commerciales. Par leur technique, j'ai vu que les dirigeants des églises font des marketing qui ne sont pas de loin semblables à celles des entreprises commerciales. Quand les dirigeants des églises incitent leurs clients à payer de l'argent pour que Dieu leur bénisse en retour, là, les chrétiens et les gens même qui sont même influents dans le commerce international. Vous trouvez une église aujourd'hui au Burundi ou bien dans un autre pays qui a ses agences dans d'autres pays, et une entreprise qui a des universités. Et si l'on prend toujours l'exemple du Burundi, les plus grandes universités appartiennent à des églises. La même église a un hôpital, la même église a un supermarché, et tout ça remplit les caractéristiques d'une entreprise commerciale, comme le définit la loi sur les sociétés. Si je retourne sur les dirigeants de ces églises, si je compare le niveau de vie des dirigeants des églises et la définition des hommes fortunés, j'ai trouvé que les dirigeants des églises sont des hommes très influents dans la politique. Par exemple, au Burundi, le pays où j'ai fait cette étude, les dirigeants des églises sont des hommes très respectueux. Ce sont des hommes qui doivent avoir le dernier mot sur les décisions du pays. Ce sont eux qui ouvrent même les grandes cérémonies nationales. Ce sont eux-mêmes aussi qui fournissent des conseils aux élites politiques. Donc, ce sont des gens qui ont un lien avec le pouvoir politique. Les dirigeants des églises aussi sont des hommes très riches. Ils ont des maisons de luxe, des villas, ils ont des voitures de luxe, ils ont des yachts, certains même ont des jets privés. Donc, ils remplissent toutes les caractéristiques des hommes fortunés. Après avoir qualifié les dirigeants des églises comme des hommes fortunés, j'ai aussi analysé le traitement fiscal des revenus de ces dirigeants des églises. Donc, je me suis demandé comment imposer ces revenus. J'ai toujours analysé le cadre juridique existant pour détecter les lacunes et les opportunités. Et si j'analyse le cadre juridique existant au Burundi, j'ai pu trouver que la loi de l'impôt sur les revenus avait marqué les premiers pas dans l'imposition des hommes fortunés en général, sans se soucier des dirigeants des églises. La loi a commencé par catégoriser les contribuables. On a classé les grands contribuables, les moyens contribuables et les petits contribuables. Et là, définit les revenus de l'emploi. J'ai pu trouver que le revenu de l'emploi se définit comme étant tout revenu d'origine incertaine, toute allocation de voyage et de maladie et tout revenu qualifié comme un don. Après avoir analysé les dispositions de cet article, je me suis demandé est-ce que les revenus d'où viennent les revenus des dirigeants des entreprises, des églises. J'ai trouvé que certains revenus proviennent des allocations de leurs entreprises. Donc, si une église a un hôpital, cet hôpital-là va accorder une part de l'assurance maladie aux dirigeants, bishop. Et si cette église a une banque, vous allez trouver que la banque va donner une dirigeant. Et si aussi cette église a une université, et les enfants du dirigeant ne vont pas payer. Donc, c'est comme si l'université accorde un don aux dirigeants. Donc, les revenus des dirigeants des églises sont dissimulés de cette façon. Mais la loi de l'impôt sur le revenu au Burundi a pu contourner toutes ces pratiques et a qualifié tous ces revenus étant des revenus de l'emploi. Après avoir alors qualifié les revenus des églises comme des revenus de l'emploi, j'ai pu trouver la façon dont le Burundi pourra faire face à ces pratiques dommageables de ces dirigeants des entreprises. En me basant sur la Constitution du Burundi, en me basant sur la loi sur les sociétés publiques et privées, et en analysant également la loi de l'impôt sur les revenus, j'ai vu le Burundi a des potentialités de récupérer les taxes qui sont dissimulées par les hommes fortunés, plus particulièrement les dirigeants des églises. Après avoir constaté que les dirigeants des églises sont assimilés aux dirigeants des entreprises commerciales, après avoir qualifié leurs revenus et après avoir analysé l'environnement juridique de ces dirigeants des églises, j'ai pu conclure que les dirigeants des églises sont purement et simplement des high net worth individuals qui doivent être taxés, dont leurs revenus doivent être taxés conformément à la loi de l'impôt sur les revenus. Et de là, j'ai pu formuler quelques recommandations au pays. Premièrement, il faut que l'Office élabore une réglementation fiscale spécifique pour les dirigeants des églises, qualifier leurs revenus comme étant des revenus de l'emploi, mais aussi taxer ces revenus conformément à la loi. J'ai aussi recommandé à l'Office burundais des recettes d'identifier les dirigeants des églises qui remplissent les conditions des hommes fortunés, sur la définition des hommes fortunés et sur l'article 30 de l'impôt sur le revenu qui qualifie les revenus d'emploi. J'ai aussi recommandé à l'Office burundais des recettes d'entrer en relation avec la Banque centrale pour que les informations bancaires des dirigeants des églises au Burundi puissent servir de source pour la taxation des revenus de ces hommes qui se disent des hommes de Dieu. J'ai aussi recommandé à l'OBR de catégoriser les dirigeants des églises qui sont très fortunés dans la catégorie des grands contribuables. Et après toutes ces constatations, je peux conclure que les dirigeants des églises au Burundi sont qualifiés de hommes fortunés, sont qualifiés comme des high net worth individuals qui doivent être taxés conformément à la loi. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much. That was indeed quite an interesting view on churches and high net worth individuals in the church realm. As I've stated earlier, that please note down your questions. We'll take the questions at the end of the session. The next speaker is Yavi Kokbede, who is the Inspector of Public Finances. He's also an income tax expert, and he is in charge of the documentary checks, large taxpayer department in Togo. Please give him a welcome.
Bonsoir tout le monde. Good afternoon. La présentation est prête. En attendant, je me présente rapidement. Moi, c'est Kokbede Yaovi Deo. Je suis agent de l'Office togolais des recettes, inspecteur des finances publiques, expert en du revenu au Togo. Alors, je vais vous entretenir cet après-midi sur la fiscalité du revenu des particuliers. Et comme le sous-thème du congrès qui concerne la taxation des individus à haut revenu. En effet, la problématique de la taxation des individus à haut revenu, oui, la présentation, là, vous dites.
Technical deck, where's the presentation? Apologies for the technical glitch. It should be sorted soon. Colleagues, I'm going to ask Abiodun to present now because we found Abiodun's paper, and then we're going to ask the presenter to just present after this because otherwise the time. So if I may ask you to step to the lectern. Those are there. Abiodun has a PhD in tax and public finance. He is also an economist. He's an associate professor at Obafemi Awolowo University in Nigeria. He supervises and teaches bachelor's, master's, and students. He serves as a research consultant for the West African Tax Administration Forum, and as he is also a research fellow at the IPFD Center for African Taxation. Please welcome him. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, it seems as if we do not have the correct presentation. I should offer to sing to you to entertain you, but I'd rather avoid that. In the meantime, what we do while we are waiting for the presentations is let's take questions for our first speaker. So are there any questions for the first speaker? Technical team, can we get a roaming mic?
Merci. Je voudrais poser une question à Madame sur le Burundi. En droit fiscal, puisque vous êtes francophone, il y a un principe en droit fiscal, c'est le principe de la capacité contributive. Que l'on étudie en droit fiscal et qu'on enseigne, que les agences d'impôts appliquent. Vous n'avez pas évoqué ce principe-là de la capacité contributive, puisque on se rend compte que, et le phénomène n'est pas seulement burundais, c'est africain, même mondial, puisqu'aux États-Unis, il y a des milliards qui sont grâce à l'Église. Le problème chez nous, c'est que tout le monde voit que ces gens-là sont... Tout le monde voit que les églises sont riches. Non seulement les églises évangéliques, mais également les églises catholiques. Ils sont tout le temps en train de faire des investissements, rebâtir les églises, mettre du luxe, mettre du marbre sur les façades. Donc, il y a de l'argent. La définition de la capacité contributive, c'est quoi? C'est payer en proportion de ce qu'on a. Bien, si vous êtes un professeur à l'université, dans un collège, et on ponctionne sur votre salaire, alors que vous avez à peine $1000 de salaire, alors que d'autres personnes donnent des millions et des millions, je ne veux pas dire des milliers. Donc, une très forte capacité contributive, c'est que le système fiscal même de l'État ne reconnaît pas et n'applique pas ses propres principes. L'impôt, c'est ça. C'est une manifestation de la solidarité sociale. Celui qui a donne ce qu'il a pour qu'on puisse faire face aux charges communes, aux dépenses publiques. Et plus vous en avez, plus vous devez donner. Tout le monde voit qu'ils en ont beaucoup et personne ne leur en demande à concurrence de ce qu'ils ont. Alors, c'est la question que je vous pose, c'est un peu ça. Et comment cela se fait que le principe de la capacité contributive des citoyens et des entreprises, puisque les associations au Burundi sont considérées comme des entreprises dans la mesure où elles font du business, comment ça se fait que ce principe n'est pas appliqué de manière nette, forte, et tout le monde sait que l'État burundais a besoin d'argent. Et vous, tant que vous êtes spécialiste de la fiscalité, vous devez insister sur ces principes-là, et je me demande comment l'État a fait pour ne pas appliquer ce principe. Madame, voilà ce que je voulais demander. Merci.
Ok. J'ai une question et quelques suggestions pour la dame. Je veux parler de la présentation de... D'abord, je vais partir de la question. Dans votre présentation, vous avez parlé de modèles que vous avez utilisés, c'est-à-dire des méthodes que vous avez adoptées. et vous avez parlé de la méthodologie, mais je n'ai pas vu comment est-ce que vous avez pu implémenter ce modèle-là. Si vous pouvez nous parler en réalité de ce modèle, comment est-ce que vous avez catégorisé la variable que vous avez utilisée, ça va nous faire plaisir. Maintenant, dans le choix des variables, dans le de l'échantillon, vous avez parlé des dirigeants des églises. Moi, je pense que se limiter simplement aux dirigeants des églises pourra peut-être biaiser un peu l'analyse. Quand on prend même les églises, il y a des églises qui ont un fondateur et qui décident de diriger tout. Les églises qui sont constituées par des associations. Et donc, les églises qui sont constituées par des associations, est-ce que ces églises-là vont transférer directement les quêtes à un dirigeant? Donc, moi, j'aurais souhaité que vous faites une analyse comparative pour voir les églises qui sont dirigées par un individu, où l'individu se dit fondateur. Vous les mettez à part et vous prenez maintenant les églises qui sont dirigées par une association, parce que là, les dirigeants sont élus périodiquement. Comment est-ce que vous tenez compte de ces différents types de catégories? L'autre chose, vous avez dit que vous avez catégorisé les dirigeants, mais dans votre présentation, vous n'avez pas parlé de cette catégorie. Ce qui a manqué un peu d'éclaircissement à ce niveau. Vous avez également dit que les églises, à la fin, vous avez trouvé comme conclusion que les dirigeants des églises commercialisent exactement comme les dirigeants commerciaux. Là, je me demande comment est-ce que vous êtes arrivé à cette conclusion, parce que, vous vous êtes limité seulement au fait que les dirigeants des églises amassent un peu, bien tellement de sous, et qui font exactement les mêmes choses que les dirigeants commerciaux. Alors que quand on prend un peu ce que les églises font aujourd'hui, vous l'avez dit dans votre présentation, ils transforment les sous de la communauté en une institution de microfinance, par exemple. Et puis bon, voilà, c'est ça qui se permet de générer le revenu. Donc ce que moi j'aurais préféré, c'est de bien catégoriser ce type de concept-là, pour que si à la fin, au lieu que ces églises-là, on parle d'accord des associations à but non lucratif, les indicateurs qu'ils ont créés après, soit l'État peut imposer, par exemple les IMF que les églises créent, ça peut être une source d'imposition pour l'État. Voilà, merci beaucoup.
La première était une contribution. Je le remercie qu'il a constaté avec moi que les dirigeants dont je parle dans mon étude sont des dirigeants des églises en général et non seulement les dirigeants des églises évangéliques. J'ai dit les dirigeants des églises en général, même les dirigeants de l'islam, les mosquées. Donc, les pratiques sont les mêmes pour tous les dirigeants des églises. Et pour le deuxième intervenant, vous vous inquiétez de la façon dont j'ai utilisé la méthode logique. Vous dites que je n'ai pas bien précisé comment j'ai pu utiliser ma méthodologie dans la conduite de cette étude. J'ai bien expliqué les méthodes que j'ai utilisées. Ce sont des méthodes juridiques qui sont reconnues dans le monde scientifique. J'ai dit que l'ethnométhodologie a été utilisée dans la détection du rôle des responsables des églises, leurs pratiques et leur interaction et le contexte dans lequel leur action au niveau du marché et de la finance. Et les dirigeants des églises ont profité du marché potentiel burundais. Ils ont vu que la société burundaise est une société en besoin, en quête c'est une société qui ont des difficultés économiques, et puis ils ont agi sur leur situation, et ils ont évangélisé, ils ont vendu, ils leur vendent l'évangile de la prospérité en leur disant que si vous donnez quelque chose, Dieu va vous récompenser au retour. Donc, c'est cette méthode, c'est ce marketing-là que les dirigeants des églises utilisent pour s'enrichir au détriment de leurs clients. Et pour la deuxième question, je voudrais bien préciser que mon étude vise les dirigeants des églises et non les églises en général. Les églises en général au Burundi, toutes les églises, que ce soit des églises qui sont introduites par les associations ou les églises individuelles, toutes les églises au Burundi sont considérées comme des associations sans but lucratif selon la constitution du Burundi. Il n'y a pas de distinction. Mais dans mon étude, moi, j'ai visé directement les revenus des dirigeants des églises individus et non pas les revenus des églises. Je vous remercie.
Before we take any further questions, the next speaker is ready. So in the interest of time, I'm going to allow the next speaker to present, and then we'll have questions afterwards. Otherwise, we are encroaching on the time of the speakers who prepared. Okay. Abiodun, you ready? Iovi, did you send your paper? They haven't.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, ATAF. Thank you for the invitation. I listened to Professor Arnett today and I got excited. I've been participating in this event since 2016. And among many things I've learned is that the platform has actually given a privilege to build capacity. I studied economics for my PhD. Now I spend over 60% of my time doing taxation, public finance. So it's a privilege to be here once again. Greetings from Abuja, greetings from ATAF Secretariat. This piece of work is one of the body of studies done at the ATAF Secretariat. So this is just an aspect of the study. So we'll be talking about tax compliance attitude in Sierra Leone. And if you check, thank you. In the literature on tax compliance, if you have read any of the systematic reviews that are available, you may have over 600 studies between 1990 and 2022. So we have a very huge body of literature on tax compliance, yet compliance is still persistent. So we found an interesting thing to examine. We'll just take us through that in the next 20 minutes or less. So the presentation will take this form. Let's look at the context in Sierra Leone and then the motivation for this work. As I've said, we have a very rich and extensive body of literature on tax compliance. So filling a gap in this area becomes a very Herculean task. But fortunately, we got an area that got us very engaging. And since last year, we concluded the study 3 months ago. So this will be the second platform to present the study. So we'll just look at the literature briefly, and then the data and methodology, and then define this. Yeah, particularly in Sierra Leone, we have these attributes of the country: 11.2%, 2004, as we speak, last 2 years, we still have 11.0 tax to GDP ratio in the same country. And we all agree that's far below the African average, let alone taking it to the OECD level. So there's a question there. Why is the tax to GDP ratio in the country struggling to rise? In between 2004 and 2020, you see some fluctuations in between. And the country has a very young population, 19.3 years. That's the median age. The population, according to the Worldometer, August 2023 statistics, we have 8.8 million people in the country. However, we have a very high level of people that are poor, 56.8. Almost 6 out of 10 persons in Sierra Leone is poor. And the informal economy is not doing bad, 37.3, far below what we have in Nigeria, far below what we have even in Tanzania. Each of these attributes being presented has an implication for tax revenue mobilization. We all understand informal economy will pose some challenges for mobilization of tax. But what are we bringing to the literature in this context is the last attribute, politics. We find across Africa that the percentage of voters turnout is relatively impressive. People participate in politics. The democratic progress may not have been attained, but it's growing. We see in most of the West African countries, people still go to polls to elect their leaders. And if you look at Sierra Leone in 1996, the presidential election, they had 69% voters turnout. And for the parliamentary elections, 60%. But if you compare that to what we have in 2018, both indices grew to 84. And this according to International Democratic and Election Administration. However, so the intuition we are bringing, we've brought to the motivation that we have taken from that singular index, that if active political participation is seen across the sub-region or across the continent, once there is time for election, people participate. Does it suggest anything for the tax revenue or for any form of support for government activities or public policies in general? But our interest will be on the tax revenue. But we were also interested to check whether active political participation will actually be a support or provide support for tax revenue mobilization. And that can come in various forms. We also argue that people that participate in elections or that show interest in political activity may end up supporting government or in form of paying taxes. That's a way of thinking. And we've read literature, we've searched through the literature. Very many people are not talking in this direction. And in other words, taxpayers will voluntarily comply with a growing participation in politics. Now, what is the literature saying? We have some stylized facts that are there, that have been established, but we have some hypothetical issues that we can raise. One, that compliance behavior could be detected by demonstrated tax obligations. That you may not really know, if you probe a firm that is not complying, it's usually after the firm has not filed returns, they have not filed correctly. So it's like you are not able to prevent. You have allowed the problem to occur before you run after it. It's like somebody that is treating a particular disease. And another fact in the literature is that the cost of managing non-compliance brings economic efficiency. If firms or individuals are not complying, the cost of managing that, it's an inefficiency for tax administration. Also, and that leads to that if we are able to prevent non-compliance, that sounds like the best way from economic point of view. But the point in the literature is that attitude could predict behavior. However, we are not looking at it from an individual point of view. We are looking at a group of people, or for the society in particular. If it's for an individual, it may not be a good predictor. But if you put all of us together in a society, the argument is that understanding an attitude of a group of people or a society could actually help us to know whether they will comply or they will behave to support tax payment or otherwise. As I've said, I will share a link at the end of the presentation. The study will be on the website of ATAF, where we put all the over 600 literature put together for people that will be interested in reading and doing further research. Now, extensive work has been done on compliance, particularly in developed countries, using experimental methods. They've done extensive work. But for African countries, Ali Merima is one of the leading studies, and that study was supported by ICTD. That's 2014-2015 publication by World Development, a very good study. We have report for Kenya, for South Africa, for Tanzania, and for Uganda. And then other countries like Nigeria, even Sierra Leone, we have a study from GBAO, 2014. But none of these studies probed why people participate in politics, but why they do not want to pay their taxes. So from the literature, of the factors that may drive tax compliance, attitude, the non-economic factors are prominent. Trust in government, trust in tax administration, trust, corruption of tax officials, and the rest. These factors are there. But political participation and perceived economic outcomes, government is not doing well. The rate of inflation is high. It's as a result of poor performance of government. Perceptions of individuals in the economy could, in a way, have effect on their behavior, on their attitude towards paying or not paying taxes. And this has been left in the literature across the world. And we said this is scarcely reported, particularly for West African countries like Sierra Leone. And additionally, most of the studies, if not all, in tax compliance measured attitude indirectly, moral values, and some other indicators like that. But thank God for Afrobarometer, which I will speak about shortly. So the current study that we did, it's actually based on data provided by Afrobarometer, and there we have a direct measurement of attitude, compliance attitude in particular. This chart is developed by OECD. It's not, but the strategy is the emphasis there. Now, compliance can be so easy if tax administrations make it easy for individuals. And that's the emphasis there. That people may be willing to comply if tax administrations know the right thing to do. And if you flash back to the topic of interest, how do we entrench domestic revenue mobilization? That was the question we were trying to answer. So I've mentioned Afrobarometer. They have had 9 rounds of data collection. But for the tax aspect, it started in 2015. That's the round 5 of Afrobarometer survey. You can check the link. It's available publicly. The data sets are open, free of charge. So for this study, we used round 5, 6, and 7 of the Afrobarometer survey, which, as I've said, has a direct tax attitude. At present, the survey covers at least 35 countries across Africa, meaning studies of this nature can still be extended to as many countries as possible, at least 35 within the continent. For Sierra Leone, people that were eligible to vote or participate in elections were the ones that were allowed to fill the questionnaire. The information is also from Afrobarometer. 18 years and older people were the ones that responded to the questionnaire. Residents, in Sierra Leone. And that also applies to the law of each country. If it's in Nigeria, 18 years, but if you get to maybe Zimbabwe, it depends on what the law says there. And I argue that the data we have, Afrobarometer, the 3 rounds, provide a kind of pseudo-profile. Because a country study, we were able to trace what happened in 2015, 2016, and 2019. Indirectly, you are trying to profile the attitude of a particular country, but using individual unit of analysis. Particularly, the round 5 introduced taxation, and we need to make that point clear in the study. But round 6 and 7 also added some variations and introduced questions around taxation. The variables of the study, we are interested in measurement of political participation. Among the variables or indices were, did you participate in the last national elections? Did you support any political party? Did you campaign, or did you participate in the campaign? These are some of the questions or attributes to measure political participation. Another one could be, do you listen to news around politics? Do you listen to the media when they speak about politics? These and some other related indicators are the measures that are available in the Afrobarometer to measure political participation. And economic deterrence, of course, the fiscal exchange, some of these attributes were measured and were clearly listed. And knowledge of VAT, it was asked clearly in the question. And we should emphasize that the responses were either ranked or scaled, 0 to 4, 4 to 5, depending on the attributes being queried per time. And we actually drew some insight from early 2015, which I made reference to. For the elementary part of the study, we used descriptive analysis just to check the percentage distribution of the non-compliant population and the compliant population. But for our interest, probit regression, binary logit regression with marginal effect, and ordered logit regression were employed to understand how to actually speak to the question of interest. Some of the findings that we got and that look interesting. Across, the older the population gets to, the more compliant they tend to be. The measures of compliance in this study were never the performance. It was just an attitude. For instance, if you have an opportunity to cheat, will you do so? If you have a privilege not to pay your tax, do so. These are the kind of questions that were asked directly. They are included in the data set as reported by the survey. So we found that older people tend to support government. They tend to pay their taxes. And so this could possibly connect to the other person's understanding of the importance of tax revenue, possibly as a means of increasing provision of public goods, and possibly increasing employment opportunities. We also found this important: residents' inability to afford tax payments. These are some of the points that descriptively we identified. They claim that they are unable to afford tax payments. And in order of importance, high rate of taxes, poor public services. These are some of the factors listed among the Sierra Leoneans that may likely cause them not to pay taxes if they have the opportunity. And then they've classified it as being unfair tax treatment. People have this kind of perception in their mind that they are not being fairly treated. These are some of the factors, descriptively, that were established that may drive non-compliance attitude, which, as a group or for a society at large, may make them not to support payment of taxes. But using inferential statistics, we identify some important predictors, like Earth. In this case, they were not asked to go to the clinic. It was just their perception. Were you able to have access to health care? Do you have health infrastructure, education infrastructure? And we found from analysis, the results are available as supporting material for this conference. So anybody that is interested in having the supporting materials, like a 13-page document, I can share it. Health, education, access to infrastructure are important predictors of the attitude of people in Sierra Leone, whether they will support tax system, whether they will want to pay or they will not want to pay. And the variable of interest that actually led us to engage in this study positively would drive tax compliance. Unfortunately, across all specifications, we did not find a consistent behavior of political participation. It changes. It was actually after we did the robustness check, using the order statistic regression, that we were able to find significant contribution or prediction of the measure of political participation as a possible indicator or driver of tax compliance attitude. And that raises a number of issues. The claims that anybody wants to make around the contribution of political participation must be made. It's sensitive to the data being used. It is sensitive to the method of estimation and possibly the models that are being applied. So this is still subject to empirical strategy being deployed to understand whether political participation is actually a dominant or a consistent predictor of non-compliance. Further findings and information that can actually help to drive policy insight. Tax knowledge may be harmful because there were questions around knowledge of VAT. People pay VAT, but they ask whether they are actually aware of it. So it may be harmful that some of the people paying VAT were not actually aware. Once they have understanding, they contribute to government. So it may be harmful to tax compliance and tax culture. We found that Sierra Leoneans recognize knowledge of tax as an aid to tax payment. That our understanding that government is collecting VAT or taxes may even make somebody to then engage in non-compliance behavior. That was one of the insights or findings. And then penalty, people don't care about what government will do in terms of penalty or deterrence. It wasn't really a strong factor. And towards the end, people who live in urban areas, this is the concluding part. And please, I deliberately put Beach and Boga 2002 on Sierra Leone. Most recent studies in this area. However, it was not particularly on the compliance of tax attitude. And I want to mention that political participation has been used in relation to economic growth, has been used in relation to economic development. As far as I know, this will be the first attempt, or among the very few ones, relating political participation to tax compliance. And this will be a study that we hope we'll be proud of it when it's eventually published in a very high impactful journal. Thank you. These two documents are some of the materials that ATAF is just trying to contribute to discussion around tax. The one I mentioned, you can see Senegal and Sierra Leone, there's a discussion paper, and then the compliance risk management. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Abiodun. We have one more speaker before we take questions and answers. Sorry, sir, we have to give the speakers their floor. They prepared hard for this debate. Yovi, please take the floor, and then you will be the first to ask a question. Okay, sir. And behind you will be second.
it's working.
Okay, we are still struggling with the technical team. While that is being sorted out, gentlemen, please switch on your mic and ask a question.
Yeah, good afternoon, Prof. My own may not be directly a question, it's an intervention on the presentation made by Giovanni. My name is Garba Moazu. I've been a staff of Federal Inland Revenue Service for the past 29 years. I'm the acting director for special task crimes, and therefore most of the high individual network individuals and information relating to the activities of them, whether within the Nigerian context or by financial intelligence units across the country, drops on my table. And incidentally, I am from Borno State, so I happen to know exactly the context of his own presentation fully well. Borno State, yes, like he said, was ravaged by war for the past 10 years plus. My own intervention is to probably expand the methodology and understanding. Nigeria conducted a research work to find out tax morale of Nigerians. 2% of Nigerians said there is nothing wrong in non-payment of taxes. That gives you a population of about 40 million people. 54% of them said, yes, there was something wrong, but it's understandable. If you add up to it, you are having a population of 80% of Nigerians, 100 million people are saying there's nothing wrong to pay tax. Then looking at in Borno State, if you stop at the entrance to Maiduguri and start counting the number of trailers that carrying goods and loads into Borno State, then you will get to understand the fact that there are more to it. The immediate past chairman of the Borno State Internal Revenue happens to be someone I recommend the governor to appoint him as chairman because he works in Federal Inland Revenue Service. And they have improved tremendously on their collection over the years. However, the challenge is with less than 28 staff to cover the entire state, and without capital and funding, and people do not see that tax payments or non-payment as anything. And when you do not have the political support and there are religious factors influencing it, it's almost impossible to collect tax, let alone the high network of it. Considering if you go to Borges, look at the number of lands, titles given, and the building coming up, you will not believe that as I speak, you will have a single building being sold for more than $1 million in the state by an individual who make profit from it. So maybe we can expand on this research work, team up with you and provide you more insights, and having the bank data, the NFIU data, the data from distributors and manufacturers of goods that come across to the state, and what are the challenges as to why high network individuals are not being assessed and payment of tax. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. I'll be very happy to have a chat as soon as I come down. I agree, there's very little to add on that. We work with a very motivated team that had a lot of obstacles in front of them. I agree on the fact that a lot of the data that will be available to kind of really dig deeper will be available at the federal level. The Nigerian Customs Services are also another very important player. As you mentioned, like Borno used to live off international trade before the border closed. The vast amount of information that will lie with the Nigerian Customs Services could be key in moving forward. So yeah, let's meet as soon as this finishes. I'll be very happy to chat.
Thank you, sir. We will now hand over to to carry on with his presentation. He's been running up and down here like a comrades marathon contestant, trying to get his presentation up. But as you can see, he's quite young, so he can do it. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Alors, bonsoir. Je vais vous entretenir sur la fiscalité des particuliers. Le thème tourne autour des défis dans les perspectives des administrations fiscales face à l'élargissement de l'assiette fiscale. Alors, le document, je l'ai co-rédigé avec un collègue des impôts, M. Edem Serge Eklou, qui n'a pas pu faire le déplacement d'Ar Salaam. Mais moi, je suis présent, donc je vais animer cette présentation au nom du groupe. Alors, la présentation, nous allons la dérouler selon le plan ci-après. Nous allons faire une petite introduction. Nous allons parler de la démarche, de la recherche, les résultats auxquels nous sommes parvenus, l'impact de la recherche avant de finir avec une conclusion. D'entrée, disons que depuis l'opérationnalisation de l'Office des recettes en 2014, il y a eu plusieurs sensibilisations au civisme fiscal. Pourquoi? Parce que l'administration a pour rôle d'assurer l'équité et la justice fiscale. Tout le monde doit contribuer pour sa juste part de l'impôt. Mais après presque 10 ans, le constat est que beaucoup de citoyens ne contribuent pas du tout ou très peu, contribuent très peu actuellement à la fiscalité, en tout cas aux recettes fiscales. Et une petite statistique montre sur la période de 2017 à 2021, 6,54% des recettes provenaient de la fiscalité des particuliers. Et dans ce taux de 6,54%, il y a plus de 6% qui sont des recettes collectées en fait, par les retenues à la source. Donc, ce n'est qu'une infime partie que les individus déclarent directement eux-mêmes, l'autolimitation. Alors, le constat est que la gestion actuelle de l'administration fiscale, c'est un peu le cas de plusieurs administrations fiscales, il y a un focus qui est mis sur la fiscalité des entreprises, en laissant un peu à côté la fiscalité des particuliers. Mais nous savons que pour faire face aux besoins croissants des collectivités publiques, l'État a besoin de financement, de beaucoup de ressources, mais des ressources sur fonds propres. Il y a un des intervenants qui l'a dit ce matin, l'aide publique au développement commence par se faire rare et nous devons compter sur les ressources sur fonds propres, les financements sur fonds propres. Donc, il faudra que les administrations fiscales puissent collecter davantage de recettes pour accompagner les États dans leur politique de développement. Et donc, cette collecte de recettes-là permettra d'atteindre un niveau optimal d'imposition, parce qu'il est également prouvé que dans la plupart des pays africains, le taux de pression fiscale n'a pas encore atteint le seuil optimal d'imposition. Et donc, cette administration-là doit explorer de nouvelles pistes pour relever ce défi de collecter plus de recettes. Et dans cet article, nous pensons qu'une des pistes qui n'a pas encore été suffisamment explorée, c'est la fiscalité des particuliers. Et la question que nous nous posons, c'est de savoir, est-ce qu'au moment où les retombées de la croissance commencent par se faire sentir en Afrique, parce que l'Afrique est le continent de l'avenir, il y a un taux de croissance qui est encourageant, est-ce que les particuliers payent leur juste part de l'impôt? C'est la question que nous nous posons. Et cette question amène une préoccupation, il y a une préoccupation majeure sur l'existence d'une fiscalité qui impose de façon optimale les particuliers. Et pour apporter donc des éléments de réponse, nous nous interrogeons sur l'existence au Togo des dispositions législatives et réglementaires qui encadrent la fiscalité des particuliers. Nous nous interrogeons également sur l'impact que les réformes de la fiscalité, il y a une réforme récente au Togo qui date de 2018, que l'impact que cette réforme-là a eu sur la fiscalité des particuliers, donc une sorte d'état des lieux. Et enfin, nous posons la question de savoir est-ce que l'organisation administrative qui est en place permet une meilleure collecte de la fiscalité, des recettes auprès des particuliers. Pour répondre à ces interrogations, nous nous sommes fixés comme objectif d'explorer les voies permettant d'optimiser l'imposition des particuliers à travers l'institutionnalisation de la fiscalité des particuliers. Spécifiquement, il s'agira, dans un premier temps, de réfléchir sur un mécanisme de recensement efficace et une gestion effective des particuliers. Et il s'agira également de relever les défis des administrations fiscales, en tout cas de faire un focus sur les défis des administrations fiscales dans l'institutionnalisation de la fiscalité des particuliers, parce que le contexte des pays africains est un contexte un peu particulier. Nous verrons tout à l'heure ces défis-là. Alors la démarche que nous nous sommes attribués pour pouvoir mener l'étude et atteindre les objectifs, c'est d'abord de faire une revue de littérature sur 3 articles de Wilson Richard, l'article de Jalia Kangev et un article de René Ossan, tous qui ont abordé d'abord l'élargissement de la dette fiscale, ensuite une imposition équitable et aussi la taxation des individus à patrimoine élevé. Ensuite, nous avons fait une étude de l'état des lieux de la fiscalité des particuliers au Togo. Et l'étude a été menée à travers des données collectées à partir d'un questionnaire ainsi que de l'analyse des données. Alors, cette démarche a été suivie pour quels résultats? Dans un premier temps, nous allons présenter l'état des lieux de la fiscalité des particuliers au Togo à travers quelques chiffres. Et donc, nous présentons dans un premier temps le cadre législatif de la fiscalité des particuliers au Togo avant et après la réforme de 2018. Parce que la réforme qui est intervenue en 2018 a été une réforme majeure qui a bousculé certaines choses. Donc, avant cette réforme, 11 impôts, droits et taxes alimentaient la fiscalité des particuliers. Après la réforme, 13 impôts concernent la fiscalité des particuliers. Et une taxe a substitué une autre, la taxe d'enlèvement des ordures non ménagères, qui a substitué la taxe de voirie. C'est pratiquement la même chose, ce n'est qu'une question de sémantique. Et après la réforme, nous avons constaté qu'il y a 3 taxes spécifiques qui sont des taxes collectées au profit des collectivités territoriales dont les modalités et les tarifs n'ont pas été définis. Ces modalités et tarifs ont été laissés pour que les élus locaux puissent les définir. Donc actuellement, ces taxes ne sont pas collectées parce que leur cadre juridique n'a pas été complètement institué. Alors, quant à ce qui concerne l'organisation administrative, nous allons vous faire découvrir rapidement une présentation très schématisée de l'administration fiscale qui est en charge de la collecte des impôts. Donc, nous pouvons voir sur le graphique, je ne sais pas si mon pointeur se fait voir, les directions qui sont en couleur bleue, la direction du contrôle fiscal, la direction de la législation fiscale et du contentieux, sont des directions d'appui, donc elles ne gèrent pas directement les particuliers. La direction des grandes entreprises et des moyennes entreprises en couleur grise sur le tableau sont des directions qui ne gèrent que les entreprises, donc les entités. Et les directions dont les couleurs sont en vert sont celles qui gèrent aussi bien les entreprises, mais les particuliers également. Il s'agit de la direction du cadastre, de la conservation et de l'enregistrement, la direction des opérations fiscales du Grand Lomé et la direction des opérations fiscales régionales. Donc, c'est pour vous montrer un peu comment l'OTR est organisé dans la collecte des recettes fiscales. Et on verra plus tard que cette collecte-là, cette organisation n'a pas prévu spécifiquement des structures pour gérer la fiscalité des particuliers. Ensuite, nous avons voulu vous présenter quelques chiffres sur les conséquences ou bien l'impact de des réformes. Alors, en premier, vous vous rappelez qu'on avait dit qu'il y avait 3 taxes spécifiques dont les tarifs et les modalités de recouvrement n'avaient pas été définies. Donc, nous avons voulu faire une petite pour voir combien ces taxes rapportaient avant la réforme. Et donc, sur la période de 2014 à 2018, on peut s'apercevoir que ces taxes rapportaient près de 350 millions par an. Mais actuellement, ces taxes ne sont pas collectées du fait de la réforme fiscale qui a lieu et de leur cadre législatif insuffisamment institué. Donc, cela constitue à gagner. Surtout que ces taxes-là alimentent le budget des collectivités territoriales. Ensuite, nous allons présenter un peu la structure des recettes fiscales collectées en les classant, selon que cela a été recouvré à travers la fiscalité des particuliers ou à travers la fiscalité des entreprises. Donc, le contraste est là. Près de 94% des recettes sont collectées à travers la fiscalité des particuliers et seulement 6% en moyenne sur la durée des 5 ans par la fiscalité des particuliers. Donc, cette contribution est faible. Et comme je l'avais dit, il y a une grande partie qui provient des retenues à la source faites par les entreprises. La même structure nous l'avons présentée, mais pour les recettes locales, donc je vais vous épargner ce détail, c'est pratiquement le même taux. Alors, nous avons, pour avancer dans notre étude, voulu répondre maintenant aux questions, aux préoccupations qui avaient été posées au départ. À la question de savoir est-ce qu'il existe un cadre juridique de la fiscalité des particuliers au Togo, nous répondons oui, que ce cadre existe, mais seulement il est insuffisamment institué pour certaines taxes. À la question de savoir quel est l'impact de la réforme fiscale de 2018 sur la fiscalité des particuliers, nous répondons que cette réforme a impacté négativement la fiscalité des particuliers, parce que dans le document, nous avons démontré que la réforme a consacré l'imposition des revenus sur les cédules. Donc, avant la réforme, il y avait l'imposition globale du revenu et après la réforme, la loi a consacré que les individus vont être imposés de manière cédulaire, ce qui ne permet pas de répondre au rôle de redistribution de l'impôt qui est du fait que celui qui a plus de revenus doit payer plus. Comme c'est cédulé, c'est modulé en plusieurs, donc la progressivité du barème de l'impôt ne fonctionne plus parce qu'on va désormais imposer chaque revenu à son niveau élémentaire et non au niveau agrégé. À la question de savoir si la taxe foncière a impacté la fiscalité des particuliers, nous disons oui, mais cet impact est positif cette fois-ci parce que cette réforme a permis d'amener les gens vers l'administration fiscale pour immatriculer leurs parcelles. Parce qu'il y a eu une diminution drastique du taux d'immatriculation des parcelles et des formalités également qui ont été assouplies. Ensuite, l'organisation administrative pose une question. On a posé une question sur l'organisation administrative. On sent qu'un accent est mis sur la fiscalité des entreprises au niveau de l'administration fiscale togolaise. C'est un peu le cas de l'administration fiscale africaine, au détriment de la fiscalisation des ménages. On s'intéresse plus à la fiscalisation des entreprises, alors que nous savons tous que, au finish, ce sont les personnes physiques, les particuliers qui sont les bénéficiaires effectifs de l'entreprise. Donc, s'ils détournent, ils échappent à l'impôt dans le cadre des entreprises, certainement qu'ils l'ont appréhendé, ces revenus-là, au niveau individuel. Donc, si nous mettons uniquement l'accent sur la fiscalité des entreprises, s'ils échappent à l'impôt là-bas, c'est fini. On ne pourra plus les avoir pour une autre imposition. Mais si on ferme, on ferme la boucle en mettant également l'accent sur la fiscalité des particuliers, si vous échappez à l'imposition au niveau des entreprises, on vous rattrape au niveau individuel parce que vous avez un patrimoine, vous avez un enrichissement qui n'est pas expliqué et donc on vous impose à ce niveau-là également. Alors, que faire? Après toutes ces questions et réponses, nous avons proposé des solutions, à savoir de restructurer l'administration fiscale pour que cette organisation puisse prévoir des départements qui sont en charge de la fiscalité des particuliers, qui permettent de disposer des dossiers sur les particuliers et de faire une gestion fiscale de ces particuliers-là. Un renforcement du cadre législatif, un renforcement de la politique d'identification et d'immatriculation des particuliers. Tout part de là. Si nous n'arrivons pas à immatriculer les individus, alors il n'y a pas de fiscalisation derrière. Donc, le premier défi, c'est d'immatriculer ces individus-là pour pouvoir assurer leur fiscalisation derrière. Et ensuite, redynamiser le système d'information entre les services. Nous n'allons pas terminer cette présentation sans parler de quelques défis que nous avons relevés, que nous avons soulignés plutôt dans cette présentation, à savoir, si cette fiscalité des particuliers doit être institutionnalisée dans nos administrations fiscales, il faudrait que le système soit simple, juste et équilibré. Parce qu'il y a un des intervenants qui l'avait dit, si le système est complexe, l'individu, il ne va pas adhérer à ce système-là parce qu'il est complexe. Donc, il faut que ça soit simple, juste et équilibré également pour les individus. Des structures chargées de la gestion de la fiscalité des particuliers, comme j'en avais parlé. Le consentement volontaire des particuliers, parce que cet élément est très essentiel parce que dans nos réalités africaines, il y a la politique qui joue énormément. Et instituer une fiscalité des particuliers revient à mettre tout le monde sous la même loi. Et vous imaginez qu'on réclame par exemple une imposition à des hommes politiques, les uns ou les autres pourraient l'interpréter comme un harcèlement politique ou bien on utilise la fiscalité comme un outil de règlement des comptes. Donc il va falloir que les dirigeants ou bien les autorités puissent travailler sur cette question du consentement volontaire de l'impôt pour que chacun adhère, surtout les politiques, adhèrent à la chose. Et enfin, une collaboration avec certaines administrations et institutions pour permettre à l'administration d'avoir des données, parce qu'actuellement nous sommes à l'heure du numérique. Sans la donnée, nous ne pourrons pas gérer les particuliers. Les particuliers présentent des réalités très disparates où il nous faut vraiment de la donnée. Et quand nous aurons de la donnée, on pourra gérer ces particuliers-là de manière efficace. En conclusion, nous disons que notre étude est quand même limitée parce qu'elle a utilisé des techniques d'études statistiques descriptives et la période sur laquelle nous avons mené l'étude est également courte, une durée de 5 ans. Donc la période est relativement courte, mais elle montre quand même la nécessité de formaliser la fiscalité des particuliers dans les administrations fiscales. Parce que sans ça, il y a un échappatoire qui est laissé aux contribuables. Ils vont échapper à l'impôt au niveau des entreprises et donc vont se réfugier au niveau de la fiscalité des particuliers parce que très peu de gens s'intéressent à ce domaine-là. Et cela permettra également d'élargir l'assiette fiscale pour atteindre un niveau optimal d'imposition et assurer également la justice fiscale. En conclusion, ou bien en perspective plutôt, l'institutionnalisation de la fiscalité des particuliers reste un défi majeur à relever par les administrations. Parce que nous avons fait un peu le tour, nous avons vu que dans la plupart des pays, la fiscalité est plus basée sur les entreprises, la collecte des recettes auprès des entreprises. Donc ça reste un défi. Mais pour faire asseoir un système fiscal juste, simple, équilibré, comme je l'avais dit, il va falloir qu'une étude rigoureuse soit menée par ces administrations-là pour déterminer les éléments sur lesquels ils peuvent agir pour mettre en place ce système-là, pour que ce système permette l'imposition des particuliers à juste titre. Je vous remercie pour votre attention et vos apports et critiques m'iront bien droit au cœur pour pouvoir améliorer mon...
Thank you so much. First, before we take the questions, can we just give a round of applause to the interpreters? Because Javi is not only a fast runner, he's also a fast speaker. And the poor interpreter was also interpreting at a very fast pace. So thank you again for the interpreters at the back. Thank you so much. We have have pending questions from the previous. So the gentleman over there in the blue suit with the spectacles, can we just hand him the microphone? Thank you, sir. And by the way, when presenting your questions, please be respectful towards the presenters and the audience, and also keep your question short. We are running out of time. We do not have time for a thesis. Thank you.
Thank you, for giving me this opportunity. I come from Mozambique in Portuguese language, so I would like to speak in Portuguese. Em primeiro lugar, gostaria de felicitar a todos os participantes que aqui trouxeram temas muito importantes e recentes. Eu não tenho muitas questões a fazer, apenas são comentários que possam, se calhar, enriquecer ou despertar o outro lado das pesquisas que foram feitas. Ouvimos aqui uma narrativa muito interessante dos indivíduos com elevado patrimônio líquido que deviam também pagar impostos. A minha questão é desafiar o orador para mostrar qual é o critério de identificar os indivíduos com elevado patrimônio líquido, tendo em conta que em África as pessoas que têm esse patrimônio, ou seja, que têm esse elevado patrimônio, estão sempre ligadas à elite política. Como identificar? É um desafio que nós temos, identificar essas pessoas. Indo para Burundi, eu também queria parabenizar por essa coragem de identificar que, olha, na verdade, as missões filantrópicas que hoje também se fazem em África carregam consigo algumas situações como essas de elites religiosas que não pagam imposto, entretanto mobilizam patrimônio elevado, tem hospitais, tem portanto, igrejas que se multiplicam dia a dia e mobilizam, se calhar, um patrimônio equivalente a uma empresa. A questão é, onde que são os patronos dessas associações e igrejas? Se nós formos olhar em África, muitas igrejas não nascem em África, vêm não ser dono, vêm como multinacionais, se comportam como multinacionais. Aqui em África, muitas igrejas não são originárias da África, vêm como multinacionais. Então, quem são esses patronos dessas igrejas que nós podemos identificar a sua residente para nós podermos desenvolver o mecanismo da sua tributação? A questão também que se coloca aqui do não comer, faz aqui uma comparação, o colega aqui falou, por exemplo, de Sierra Leoa, que faz aqui uma comparação, a participação política versus a participação tributária. A minha questão, eu estava aqui a pensar, dificilmente encontrei aqui um paralelismo. Por quê? Porque, por exemplo, a participação política vem em forma de uma propaganda política. E na propaganda política, os nossos políticos nunca dizem, quando fazem propaganda, nunca dizem, por exemplo, qual é o mecanismo que vão usar para cumprir o que promete com o manifesto eleitoral ao cidadão. Se a pessoa diz que, olha, eu vou fazer escola, estrada, isso, aquilo, nunca diz ao cidadão que eu preciso tributar a si para eu poder fazer isto. Então, o que acontece, por isso que, às vezes, nós temos uma alta participação política e a fraca contribuição contribuição tributária. O que eu penso é que a questão tributária em África tem raízes no sistema colonial. O tributo em África sempre foi associado como instrumento do opressor. Os africanos eram obrigados a pagar o imposto para a metrópole, que a metrópole usava esse imposto para mobilizar a sua máquina opressora. E quando a reversão, portanto, e quando as independências, será que houve atenção aqui a nível dos africanos, da sensibilização, da importância do imposto para a construção dos nossos países em África? Então, penso eu que a questão do imposto também carrega consigo as questões antropológicas. Como é que nós, por exemplo, em África, olhamos o imposto? O imposto como instrumento da operação e versus hoje queremos esse imposto para podermos enriquecer, ou seja, para podermos reconstruir o nosso país. E outro fator também que enfraquece a questão do imposto é qual é o país que tem que não recebe, por exemplo, donativos, não recebe dinheiro fora para fazer face à sua agenda nacional. Todos os nossos líderes africanos, quando chegam no poder, nunca olham, por exemplo, o imposto interno como a fonte principal. Sempre pensamos nos donativos ou nos financiamentos externos. E isso acaba não dando importância ao imposto interno e, consequentemente, o nosso cidadão, a nossa população, não tem dado valor à importância, por exemplo, do imposto, porque não qual é a fonte, por exemplo, que os governos usam para poder fazer face à sua agenda econômica e social. Portanto, o que eu fazer é o seguinte: há uma necessidade de muita educação fiscal ao nível das nossas sociedades para que, de fato, o imposto seja levado em consideração. Muito obrigado.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to hand over to the floor to answer, and then I'm going to grab the mic over there to bring it to you. Okay, so you're welcome to respond as you wish.
Thank you. My name is Dr. Aisha Mahmoud from the Federal Inland Revenue Service, Nigeria. Thank you for a very good presentation. My first observations is the person who presented the paper on tasking high net worth individuals in Borno State, Nigeria. First of all, I wanted to ask whether the paper was quantitative or qualitative, because from the topic, I didn't understand the explained variable and the explanatory variable. So I think that should be clear in the topic. When you see the topic, it should be clear what is the dependent variable and what is the independent variable of the study. Because that is what will take us to the variables being studied, and we can see it in the objectives of the problem, which will emanate into the research questions and so on. So I think that was not clear to me. So before submitting the paper finally for, what do you call it, for the journal, I think those things should be clear. I am not also very clear on the technique of analysis used, and I don't know whether there's a theoretical framework to underpin the findings of the study. All these things I think should be clear during the presentation, not only when we check the paper. Finally, the paper dwelled on Borno State only, and I think it will be very good to expand the paper so that you can generalize your findings in Nigeria, just as one of the directors of the Federal Inland Revenue suggested that you can collaborate so that you can expand the study and generalize your findings. Thank you. For the second paper, Madam, on church elites' perspective of taxation of high network individuals, I will prefer that the study's problem and objectives becomes more clearer too. So also, the methodology you used in the study, just as one of us here observed, is not really clear. I agree to that, and I don't know who your respondents are. Please, can you clearly tell us who the respondents of the study are, so that we can be sure that the findings are not biased at the end of the day? And if there's any theoretical framework to underpin your findings, please make it also clear in the slides that you used in the presentation. Finally, I want to ask how you think government can make these church leaders to pay taxes, especially if they don't keep records. I think in your recommendations, you should also look at the government enforcing them to keep correct and accurate records so that they can be taxed appropriately. Else, if they hide findings, they cannot be transparent. Thank you. For the third presenter, my questions is going towards you, the person who presented on tax compliance in Sierra Leone, tax entrenching culture for domestic revenue mobilization. So from your topic 2, I was not very clear about the predictor and the predicted variables. And at the end of the day, the study did not tell us which of the variables were significant. Were they positively significant towards the dependent variable, or were others significant and others were not? It was not clear in the study. So I think it needs to be highlighted whether part of the variables were significant and positive, or some of them were not significant and positive, especially with the type of regression analysis that you used. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll take one or two more questions. Can I please just ask, if it is comments about the paper itself, these authors are here throughout the conference. You're welcome to speak to them, give your criticism about their paper, etc. Can we reserve for questions about their papers or about their research, something that you want clarity on, or that you have an additional question to ask? Again, in the interest of time, can we keep your question short or repeat? We do not have time for a thesis.
Thank you so much. Merci. Ma question, je m'appelle Idriss Linge, responsable de la communication et du plaidoyer chez Tax Justice Network. Ma question ira chez le collègue togolais. Très bonne étude. Voilà, mais je voudrais en savoir plus sur comment vous avez identifié les particuliers qui, de votre point de vue, ne payent pas assez d'impôts, parce que les particuliers qui, de votre point de vue, ne payent pas assez d'impôts, parce que le chiffre de 6% parfois masque le fait que ces particuliers-là absorbent la TVA et les taux de douane, qui sont autant d'impôts sur la consommation ou sur l'importation. Et ma question, ce serait comment réussir à ramener les particuliers, en Afrique particulièrement, à payer plus d'impôts, alors qu'on sait que 40% des ménages vivent en dessous du seuil de pauvreté dans des zones rurales et que 20% supplémentaires de ménages ont des revenus disponibles qui sont en dessous de la base imposable. Est-ce que c'est un paramètre qui pourrait changer la façon dont vous feriez l'étude, de manière à ne l'orienter que vers des ménages vraiment riches, qui est en lien avec la thématique globale aujourd'hui? Je profite pour féliciter Gio et la dame du Burundi. Taxer des riches du nord du Nigeria ou taxer des riches religieux au Burundi, ce n'est pas quelque chose de facile. Je serais très ravi de discuter avec vous après cette session. Merci.
Thank you so much, sir. Can we bring the mic here to Professor Mede, please? Professor Mede.
Merci. Merci. Je voudrais poser la question à celui qui a travaillé sur la Sierra Leone. Il a fait une corrélation entre le taux de participation aux élections et le niveau de pression fiscale, si j'ose dire. C'est la corrélation que je ne vois pas. Hein? Payer l'impôt, c'est un peu se saigner, c'est-à-dire s'appauvrir, enfin, entre guillemets, d'une manière ou d'une autre. Aller voter, c'est s'enrichir. Puisque, je ne sais pas si vous le savez, on va voter parce qu'on a reçu de l'argent. Vrai ou faux? Hein? On distribue de l'argent aux électeurs pour qu'ils aillent voter. Hein? Et chez nous, ça s'appelle le porte-à-porte. Ça se fait la veille du scrutin. S'il n'y a pas porte-à-porte, le taux de participation est faible. S'il y a porte-à-porte, le taux de participation est élevé. Alors, je ne vois pas pourquoi vous avez établi un lien de corrélation entre le taux de participation aux élections et, deuxièmement, disons, la pression fiscale dans votre pays. Moi, je ne vois pas le lien. Peut-être que vous avez une explication, je ne sais pas.
Thank you, Professor Mede, for those questions. I'm going to hand over now to the presenters. And Avio, can I ask you to give the microphone to Abiodun there next to you? Just the microphone. And then we'll start with Abiodun to answer the questions. Once he is done, hand over the mic to Avio. Once he is done, and once she is done, to Giovanni. Maximum 2 minutes each, please. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for your questions. Let me start from Prof. It's attitudinal. It's not everybody in the society that collects money to vote. If you are offered money, you may not take it. They may not bring it, yet you may not support government in paying taxes. In a country, the same set of people that are sampled are also the ones that asked to come and vote. And we mentioned participation, political participation is measured in various ways. Do you read newspaper? Do you show interest in governance? Do you support political parties? Some of us here are politicians. We mobilize people to vote for our political party, yet we may not comply to the tax system. So that's where the intuition is, and I emphasized it. Theoretically, it has been established, particularly in developed countries, participation in governance drives economic development. If you picture the European countries, the North American countries, you see that kind of trend. When people participate in governance actively, referendum elections, they tend to support development of their society. Here in Africa, you see apathy. But we now said people that participate, whether they are induced or otherwise, what drives them to participate in whatever form, with that same mindset, drive them to support government. And here we are isolating tax compliance. That's for that one. In the interest of time, now we actually identified the significant variable. Because of time, we've been given 20 minutes, and I mentioned I've been on this platform for several years. We don't have much time. The variables that were listed as being important are the ones that were significant. All the insignificant ones, usually you don't even need to report them, don't emphasize them in presentation. And then we have used micro-level data. Positive or negative, in most of the interpretation, they don't count. They will be there, but we want to see, once they are significant, you then interpret them according to the direction that is presenting in the paper. You not tell, fine, contribution is negative, it's not supporting tax attitude. It's there in the paper, but we have isolated the ones that are significant to see that. If you look at my language, I said this is a good predictor, it's a predictor of tax attitude, whether it is in this direction or in the other direction. But it's important to look at that variable. That guy, if you don't, the knowledge he has about it is important. It doesn't mean he will contribute, it doesn't mean he will not contribute. And then the first one that was directed, how can we measure politics? Okay, identification is all about identification issues. The measures of political participation will determine. That's why we did, in the study, we did not use just a single variable. We deployed factor analysis. And then, if you do factor analysis, the ones that carry more weight will be at the top. Those are the ones that will create effect. And the dependent variable is actually compliance attitude, which is measured as a rank variable. Will you cheat government if you have opportunity? Will you want to pay taxes if you have opportunity? Yes, no, uncertain. That's the dependent variable. Thank you.
Thank you, Abiodun.
Ok, merci. Je pense qu'il y a une question sur comment identifier les personnes fortunées. C'est vrai que la question est plus adressée à madame, mais je vais l'effleurer un peu. Parce qu'effectivement, ça va peut-être apporter une des réponses à une autre question. Effectivement, notre article, nous l'avons focalisé sur la fiscalité des particuliers sans faire la distinction entre les personnes fortunées et les personnes non fortunées. Pourquoi? Pour une raison simple. La question des personnes non fortunées est gérée par la loi. C'est-à-dire que la loi prévoit des impositions graduelles. Donc, si vous êtes moins fortuné, la loi règle votre problème de moins fortuné. Par exemple, au Togo, il y a une tranche de revenus qui est exonérée carrément de l'impôt. Donc, ces personnes-là sont prises en compte par la loi. Donc, mettre en place une fiscalité des particuliers revenait à prendre tout le monde, parce que la personne que vous voyez aujourd'hui non fortunée deviendra fortunée demain. Donc, autant qu'on l'est aujourd'hui dans notre fichier, on le suit, et quand il va devenir fortuné, on va l'imposer. Vous voyez? Maintenant, comment les identifier? Oui, c'est un véritable défi, c'est un défi pour les administrations fiscales, mais la piste que nous avons commencé par explorer au Togo, par exemple, c'est la collaboration avec les administrations qui s'occupent des identifications. Il y a une direction de la documentation nationale qui établit, par exemple, les cartes d'identité, les cartes de séjour, les passeports, et ainsi de suite. Ces administrations-là ont un rôle à jouer dans l'identification d'abord de ces personnes. On a un minimum d'informations sur eux. Ensuite, il existe d'autres administrations, par exemple les administrations en charge de l'énergie, en charge de l'eau. Ces personnes, c'est des gens qui ont forcément de l'énergie chez eux, de l'eau chez eux. Donc, on peut également explorer ces pistes-là pour pouvoir les fiscaliser ou bien les identifier. En fait, il y a une piste qui pourra également fournir beaucoup d'informations, c'est la piste plutôt du fichier bancaire. Si les administrations bancaires ou bien les institutions bancaires arrivent à collaborer, en tout cas, si des normes, des lois sont prévues dans ce sens-là, on pourra avoir des informations bancaires sur les individus et on pourra savoir qui est un individu fortuné ou pas. Mais je ne vous cache rien, au Togo, la richesse est souvent le plus mesurée pas par ce que vous avez sur votre compte bancaire, mais par le nombre de maisons que vous avez. C'était une parenthèse. Alors, maintenant, la deuxième préoccupation, je pense, qui concerne, dans le cadre de notre étude, comment nous avons pu identifier, en tout cas calculer le taux de participation de la fiscalité des particuliers. Dans le document, nous avons détaillé plus tous les impôts que nous avons mis sous cette coupole-là. Et je vais faire une précision. La TVA, par exemple, nous ne l'avons pas considérée comme de la fiscalité des particuliers. Pourquoi? Parce que c'est un impôt indirect. Même s'il touche le revenu du particulier, il n'est pas déboursé par le particulier directement à la caisse de l'État, mais il est reversé d'abord à une entreprise qui exerce une activité économique. Donc la TVA en est exclue. C'est principalement l'impôt sur le revenu et puis l'impôt sur les biens mobiliers et immobiliers. Donc les taxes foncières et les impôts sur la taxation des véhicules. Voilà, donc ce sont les éléments-là que nous avons mis dans la fiscalité des particuliers. Mais nous avons mis un accent sur le fait que l'individu déclare lui-même. Le système fiscal des pays de l'Afrique sont conçus de cette sorte qu'il y a beaucoup de retenues à la source. Or, la plupart de ces pays ont mis dans leur législation un principe fondateur, un principe principal qui dit que c'est le régime déclaratif et le paiement spontané de l'impôt. Vous voyez? Mais face à cette difficulté d'appréhender ces personnes-là, derrière, on met en place le système de retenue à la source pour capter ne serait-ce qu'un minimum d'impôts. Mais nous pensons que, dans notre étude, nous l'avons démontré, que ce système de retenue à la source peut être injuste dans le sens, soit l'individu est surtaxé, parce que la retenue frappe souvent le revenu brut directement, pas le revenu net, soit la personne est sous-imposée. Voilà, donc c'est un couteau à double tranchant, et donc il va falloir peut-être réfléchir à réduire les retenues, mais à encourager que les gens viennent déclarer eux-mêmes spontanément leurs impôts pour pouvoir avoir une imposition équitable pour tout le monde, pour l'administration et pour le citoyen. Je vous remercie.
Merci. Donc, je ne vais pas répondre à la première question. Je passe directement à la deuxième parce que mon confrère vient de répondre. La question concernant le représentant d'une église qui a été créée à l'étranger et qui vient de s'établir au Burundi. Comme de viser les dirigeants des entreprises, des églises, des confessions religieuses. Donc, si quelqu'un amène une église au Burundi, il doit, selon la loi burundaise, selon la loi sur les associations sans but lucratif, il doit avoir un représentant au Burundi. Il doit avoir un représentant au Burundi. Alors, mon étude vise ce représentant de cette église au Burundi. Donc, c'est lui qui doit pouvoir déclarer et payer l'impôt sur ses revenus. La deuxième question de madame a dit qu'elle ne comprend pas bien le problème, la problématique dans mon étude. La question de recherche est que il y a d'abord l'étude visait l'imposition des personnes fortunées, mais moi je me suis focalisée sur les dirigeants des églises en tant que personnes fortunées non imposées au Burundi. Donc la problématique est que ces gens-là sont considérés comme des dirigeants, sont assimilés aux dirigeants des entreprises commerciales, alors que les dirigeants des entreprises commerciales sont tenus de déclarer et payer l'impôt sur les revenus. Les dirigeants des églises, là, ne sont pas inquiétés par l'administration fiscale. C'est ça la première question. La deuxième question, c'est que les textes sont là, sont bien conçus, sont disponibles, mais les autorités fiscales burundaises n'exploitent pas ces textes juridiques pour taxer ces revenus-là, alors qu'il s'agit d'une assiette fiscale potentielle qui n'est pas taxée. Et la dernière question concernait le mode d'imposition de ces dirigeants des entreprises. Donc, vous vous inquiétez si l'administration fiscale va les forcer à tenir un registre fiscal. Je dis non parce qu'en fiscalité, il y a une procédure d'imposition des particuliers. Les particuliers ne sont pas tenus de tenir des registres au commerce. Plutôt, on les impose à la source. Donc, ce sont des revenus d'emploi. On doit les imposer à la source. Si un dirigeant d'entreprise reçoit un don, ou bien reçoit une allocation de la part d'une église ou bien d'une banque qui appartient à l'église, c'est cette même banque qui doit prélever d'abord l'impôt sur le revenu de l'emploi, et impôt qu'on peut appeler IRE, et puis le verser à l'administration fiscale, verser le montant qui revient aux dirigeants de l'entreprise. Donc la procédure est différente à la procédure de l'imposition des sociétés. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much. So I'll try to be brief in the interest of time. From the Madame from first, so apologies if it didn't quite come out quite clear how the approach to the study was. This is a template we use in other countries, so we usually start by reviewing the legal instrument, and then that informs the interviews, the selection of ministries, departments, and agencies that we usually engage with. And then what we try to do is to triangulate the information from the interviews with the available granular data. Now, the issue in the context of Borno and of the other states in the north of Nigeria we engage with is that granular data was incredibly scarce. Taxpayer level data was incredibly scarce. So the triangulation part was quite complex. The only state that could tell us at least in a ballpark figure how much was collected from a net worth individual was Bauchi, which collected 15% of personal income taxes. The only figures we got for the number of a net worth individual was again ballpark from Kaduna, which was about 400 people. And when it came to the actual statistics available from federal institution, the figures from the Joint Tax Board were on internally generated revenue were different from the figure of the National Board, which were in turn different from the figure of the accounting made by each single state, which I think also partially connected to the fact that the way in which internally generated revenue is reported in Nigeria, it's a bit confusing. There is this kind of big umbrella term, direct assessment, that can cover anything from taxes of informal businesses that certain states raise to withhold personal income taxes, so that trying to carry out any straight comparison between is really complex. So I think that one of the things that would really be key, as you know, there is some likelihood that the high net worth individual will be mobile across states and invest in different states, will really also be trying to harmonize the way in which each individual state reports the figure to either the Joint Tax Board or the National Bureau of Statistics, because that would really allow proper comparison that at the moment is not possible. On the expansion to other areas of Nigeria, we are trying to set up a workshop with a Nigerian think tank in Abuja for the last quarter of this year, where we'll invite a representative from all state board of internal revenue services and kind of carry out a short survey with them. So we are trying to do exactly that. And then very briefly from the gentleman from Mozambique on how to carry out the identification. Our colleague from Togo gave a very good list of figures that could be useful. I would just add a couple to those, which is information from customs. There's a lot of high net worth individuals consume goods that are not available on the domestic markets, and therefore, like looking at particular harmonized standard codes for luxury goods at custom could be quite useful. And you know, again, the information from banking, but as our colleague mentioned, there's a very big if whether you'll be able to access that information. What Revenue Authority usually have access to is information from financial investigation units that will be able to cover all transactions above a given threshold, which are generally those that are most interesting to identify these individuals. And again, I can't stress enough how important tax clearance certificates are. If any individual wants to interact with government for anything, being elected, being nominated chair people, getting a contract, at least 3 years of tax clearance certificate, you know, that's a wealth of information that arrives in the end of the Revenue Authority. None of this goes towards solving the political problem, but having the data, even just to define what a high net worth individual should be. Because I think that that really is the other key thing. You know, the OECD definition of $1 million is based on a group of countries where the average income per capita is $45,000. In Nigeria, the average income per capita is $2,400. So, you know, if we keep the same proportion of 25 times the average income per capita, an high net worth individual is someone who earns $80,000. I don't know what's the average income per capita in Mozambique, but I really think that, you know, the 1 million net worth should be completely forgotten in the context of most African countries. You know, the high net worth individuals are very different across many. There are the $1 million ones, but the $100,000 ones could also be net worth individuals.
Thank you so much for answering all these questions, and you did so well in doing that. I'm going to just make a single comment on the taxation of high net worth individuals, is that any tax system, whether you try to optimize it or not, cannot work in parallel with a corrupt system or of corruption. Many of these high net worth individuals are involved and interconnected with politicians. You can't sit, for example, in South Africa, we had a recent case where Revenue Authority investigated a high net worth individual by doing a lifestyle audit, realizing that what he declared is far below the actual wealth. And they took the file for further investigation and to take legal action. And the answer was, leave alone, it is my friend. That can't work. And the investigative team that continued with the investigations got fired. You can't have that. So a big round of applause to our presenters. And also a big round of applause to you for being so patient in this session, you know, taking into account all the struggles that we've encountered. I got instruction So just bear with me for the final announcements. So these are the instructions that I got from the Secretariat. That there's a cocktail function at 6:30 p.m. You are all invited, and you can go straight from here to the 8th floor in this building where the cocktail function will be held. The summary session that was planned to be in this venue will be held tomorrow morning instead because we are running behind. For those of you who are going on the excursion to Zanzibar, please remember to bring a copy of your passport tomorrow so that they can buy the tickets. And then the last announcement, for those of you who are not staying in this hotel, but in one of the partner hotels, and you do make use of the ATAF, ATRN shuttles, your shuttle will pick you up at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. So pick you up at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning so that you are here in time to start at 9 a.m. You would have noticed that traffic in Dar es Salaam, anything in any direction takes at least an hour. So thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. See you at the cocktail function. Photographers?